Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Mysterious Package. The doorbell's insistent chimes sliced through the quiet of the evening, a jarring intrusion into the comfortable hum of the television. I glanced at the clock, 9:47 p.m. Unusually late for a delivery. A shiver, unrelated to the autumn chill seeping through the ill-fitting window frame, ran down my spine. I wasn't expecting anything. Hesitantly, I approached the door, my hand hovering over the peephole. A glance through the small lens revealed nothing but a shadowy figure on the porch, their features obscured by the darkness. The package they held was large, oddly shaped, and wrapped in brown paper that looked suspiciously worn and aged. There was no identifying label, no return address, nothing to suggest its origin. A knot of unease tightened in my stomach. Something about the silence of the delivery person, the unsettling stillness of the night, and the enigmatic package itself felt wrong, profoundly unsettling. Despite a rational voice whispering reassurances, an irrational fear prickled at the edges of my consciousness. Cautiously, I opened the door a crack. "Yes?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The figure remained silent, their form a looming shadow against the porch light. They extended the package, their hand trembling slightly. The brown paper crackled as they pressed it into my grasp. The weight of it was surprising, unexpectedly heavy for its size. As the figure silently retreated, I stepped back inside, closing the door behind me with a firm click. The silence of the empty porch seemed to press against the door, an unspoken threat. The package felt warm to the touch, almost unnervingly so. The paper felt brittle, almost like it would crumble at the slightest touch. I carried the package to the kitchen table, setting it down gently. The unsettling feeling intensified with each passing moment. It was more than just curiosity, it was a deep, primal unease, a sense of foreboding that chilled me to the bone. I was alone in the house. My hand reached out, hesitantly tracing the rough edges of the package. There were no seams, no tape, nothing to indicate how it was sealed. It was as if it had been magically assembled. The absence of any closure felt strangely significant, somehow connected to this increasing feeling of dread. For a long moment, I stared at the package, the stillness of the room amplifying the growing apprehension. My mind raced, trying to rationalize the situation. Perhaps it was a misdelivered package, an error from a neighbor. Or maybe a prank, a cruel joke played by someone who knew where I lived. Yet, neither explanation felt remotely satisfactory. My fingers, despite my better judgment, started to peel back a corner of the brown paper. It tore easily, revealing a layer of dark, almost black, fabric beneath. The fabric itself felt strange, almost oily to the touch. A faint, metallic scent wafted up from the package, subtle but undeniably there. More unease. A distinct feeling of wrongness. With growing trepidation, I peeled back more of the paper. Beneath the fabric, I found a small, wooden box. The wood was dark, polished to a high sheen, and the grain was strangely intricate. The box was ornate, heavy, and somehow ancient-looking. It seemed out of place, anachronistic, amidst the modern conveniences of my home. Hesitation battled with curiosity. I could have simply left it, ignored it, and pushed the unease aside. Yet, a perverse curiosity, an irrational urge to uncover the mystery, spurred me on. The mystery was pulling me into a vortex of anxiety I knew I could not escape. I needed to know what was inside the wooden box. Slowly, deliberately, I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a single 8mm film reel. The reel was encased in a cracked metal canister, the surface tarnished and scratched. It felt cold to the touch. The film itself was entirely dark. I couldn't even begin to make out any visible images. My heart pounded in my chest. This wasn't just a package, it was a message. A cryptic, unsettling message. The sheer silence of the delivery person, the anonymous nature of the package, the strange contents, all pointed to something sinister. I knew that I should probably call the police, report this strange anonymous package to the authorities. But there was something else, something deeper than pure reason, that stopped me. The urge to view the film, to decipher the message held within the mystery, felt stronger, more compelling than any rational thought. The sheer mystery of it all was intriguing. I had to know. The reel was ancient-looking, like a relic from another era. It looked fragile, its metal canister was old and rusted, bearing markings I didn't recognize. There was something deeply unsettling about it. It exuded an aura of forgotten secrets, of hidden truths buried beneath layers of time and decay. Despite the unease, a grim determination took root. I had to see what was on this film. I had to know what lurked in the shadows of this mysterious package. The mystery was calling to me. I found an old projector in the attic, a relic from my grandfather's collection. Dust motes danced in the single beam of light as I set it up, my hands trembling slightly. The room grew quiet again, except for the whirring of the projector as it warmed up. The silence amplified my fears, a symphony of dread played out in the shadows. The film started to play. The opening images were blurry, indecipherable flickers of darkness, followed by what seemed to be the interior of a dimly lit room. The grainy images were barely visible, the contrast poor, and the film seemed to be degrading in front of my eyes. The darkness seemed to seep from the shadows and press in on me as I watched the film reel. The mystery felt too close, too personal. The images slowly came into focus, revealing what seemed to be a dimly lit laboratory. Strange equipment filled the room, tubes and wires snaking across the floor, all appearing antiquated and almost obsolete. The flickering images added a layer of unease. Everything seemed aged, as if the film had been shot long ago, in the mists of time. A figure appeared in the frame. At first, it was just a silhouette, barely discernible, but gradually, it became clear. It was a woman, her face obscured by shadows. She seemed to be conducting some sort of experiment, manipulating the mysterious equipment, her movements slow and deliberate. Then the film cut out. It ended abruptly, leaving only a blank screen and the low hum of the projector motor as my heart pounded in my chest. There was no clear explanation for what I had just seen. The film had provided an answer, but it had simultaneously opened 1,000 more questions. The mystery remained, more profound now, more disturbing. I stared at the blank screen, then at the film reel. There were no other markings on the reel, not even a date or a title. The mystery seemed designed to be unsolved. My rationality could not find an explanation. I had found myself caught in a nightmarish vortex of suspense. I knew then that this was more than just a found footage film. This was more than just an anonymous package. It was a piece of a larger puzzle, a piece of something sinister and mysterious that was only just beginning to reveal itself. The darkness was closer than I knew. The terror had only just begun. The delivery person had delivered something more than just a package. They had delivered a haunting message, a prophecy of a nightmare that was about to consume me. The cold, metallic scent intensified as I examined the film reel more closely. The canister was surprisingly heavy, heavier than it should have been for its size, and the metal felt oddly cold, almost unnatural to the touch. I ran my fingers along the tarnished surface, tracing the faint, indecipherable markings etched into the metal. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, not numbers, not letters, not symbols from any known language. They resembled ancient runes, cryptic and unsettling. A strange, unsettling feeling, a deep-seated unease, settled over me, a feeling I couldn't shake. It felt wrong. Profoundly, unsettlingly wrong. The reel itself was dark, the film completely opaque. No light, no image, nothing to suggest its content. It felt empty, yet full of something unseen, something hidden, something ominous. The feeling of dread, the sense of foreboding, intensified with each passing moment. I knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary film. This was something else entirely. Something sinister. Something terrifying. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation. Perhaps it was a prop from an old movie, a forgotten relic from a bygone era. Perhaps someone had simply sent me the wrong package, a case of mistaken identity. But the unsettling weight of the canister, the strange markings, the intense cold, and the pervasive metallic scent, all whispered a different story, a narrative of dread and mystery, of secrets hidden in the shadows. My hands trembled as I carefully placed the reel back into the box. The velvet lining felt oddly soft against my fingertips, yet the box itself was cold, radiating an aura of chill that permeated the warmth of the kitchen. I closed the lid, the sound a quiet finality that seemed to mark the end of one mystery and the beginning of another, far more unsettling. I spent the next hour poring over books and online forums, trying to identify the markings on the canister. I searched for similar film reels, for antique projectors, for anything that might shed light on the mysterious package. My search turned up nothing. The markings remained indecipherable, the film reel a baffling enigma. The mystery deepened, the unease intensified, and the shadows seemed to grow longer and darker. Sleep evaded me that night. The image of the mysterious package, the cold, heavy canister, the indecipherable markings, and the dark, opaque film reel replayed endlessly in my mind. The metallic scent lingered in the air, a ghostly reminder of the unsettling discovery. I tossed and turned, my mind racing, trying to make sense of it all, trying to find a rational explanation for this bizarre, terrifying event. But there was none. Only fear. Only dread. Only the chilling certainty that something was deeply, profoundly wrong. The following morning, I decided I needed to investigate further. I couldn't simply ignore the package. The mystery was too compelling, the unease too profound. I needed to find out what the film contained, what message, what warning it held within its dark, silent depths. I spent the day searching for an 8mm projector, a relic of a bygone era, a technology that seemed as ancient and mysterious as the film reel itself. Finally, after hours of searching antique shops and online auction sites, I found one, a battered, old projector, smelling of dust and decay, but still functional. That evening, under the dim glow of a single lamp, I carefully set up the projector, my hands trembling with a mixture of anticipation and fear. The silence of the room amplified my apprehension, the only sound the faint whirring of the projector as it warmed up, its mechanical groan a foreboding soundtrack to my growing fear. The room fell silent as I threaded the reel into the projector, the dark film whispering secrets. A nervous tension coiled within me, a mixture of fascination and dread, a morbid curiosity that seemed to consume my every thought. The film began to run. The opening scenes were a blur of static, a chaotic dance of light and shadow, a visual cacophony of unexplained images. For the first few minutes, it was pure darkness, with only the faintest trace of what appeared to be a very blurred, distorted image. Slowly, as if emerging from a nightmare, images began to materialize, distorted and fragmented, yet undeniably unsettling. The film seemed to be a compilation of separate, unrelated scenes. One moment I was watching a close-up of a rusted piece of machinery, the next a grainy image of a vast, desolate landscape, the next an indistinguishable figure moving amidst a dark, claustrophobic space. Each scene was more disturbing than the last. Then, suddenly, the images became clearer. The film seemed to focus on a single location, what looked like an underground facility, a dark, damp, claustrophobic space filled with strange, archaic machinery. There were flickering lights, the low hum of electricity, and the constant dripping of water, the sounds of decay and decay. As the images came into focus, an overwhelming sense of dread consumed me. The film was not merely a record of events, it was a visual representation of a nightmare. The atmosphere in the film was thick with foreboding. The air seemed suffocating, the silence oppressive. In one scene, I saw a group of figures in white coats working on some kind of experiment. Their faces were obscured by shadows, their movements strangely mechanical, almost robotic. Their faces were not seen clearly in the film, only shadowed figures, their presence sinister and unsettling. The equipment they were using was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, antiquated and bizarre, radiating an aura of dread and decay. Then, the film cut to a scene showing a single figure, a woman, locked inside a small, glass chamber. Her eyes were wide with terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. Her muffled screams were barely audible over the whirring of the machinery. The scene played for a few seconds, then, darkness. The film ended abruptly, cutting to black. The projector's motor sputtered and died, leaving me in the silence of the darkened room, the cold dread of the film lingering in the air. The feeling was far beyond the simple fear of the dark. This was the chilling sense of something truly alien and malevolent. I sat there for a long time, my mind reeling from what I had seen. The film had answered some questions, but it had raised 1,000 more. Who were these people? What was the purpose of the experiment? What had happened to the woman in the glass chamber? And what was the significance of the cryptic markings on the canister? The mystery had deepened, the unease had intensified, and the shadows seemed to grow longer and darker. I knew then that this was only the beginning, the first chapter in a story that was far from over. The package had delivered something far more terrifying than a simple film reel. It had delivered a nightmare, and I was now trapped inside it. The chilling reality of it all sunk in. I was now a part of the mystery, a key player in a story that was far from over. The silence of the apartment pressed in on me, a suffocating blanket woven from the lingering metallic scent and the echoing dread of the film reel. I couldn't shake the images. They played on repeat behind my eyelids, a horrifying slideshow of distorted faces, malfunctioning machinery, and the woman's terrified eyes. Sleep was a distant, unattainable luxury. Every creak of the building, every rustle of the wind outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The mundane sounds of the city became menacing whispers, the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary and terrifying. I tried to rationalize it. It was just a film, an old, possibly damaged reel. The images were distorted, the sound muffled. It was probably just a student film project gone wrong, some experimental piece of art exploring themes of isolation and fear. But even as I told myself this, a cold hand of doubt tightened around my heart. The rationalizations felt flimsy, weak, easily shattered by the persistent unease gnawing at my sanity. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't a conscious awareness of a physical presence, but rather a pervasive sense of being observed, scrutinized, judged. Every shadow seemed to conceal something. Every corner held the promise of something lurking just beyond the edge of my vision. I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, my gaze darting from one dark corner to another. The metallic scent grew stronger, seemingly emanating from the box itself. I opened it again, hesitant, apprehensive, despite my better judgment. The canister remained cold, its surface still radiating that unnatural chill. I touched the strange markings again, tracing them with my fingertip. They felt different. They seemed to shift slightly under my touch, as if alive, their cryptic nature more pronounced, more menacing. Paranoia tightened its grip. Was it the film? Was it the canister? Was it something else entirely? I started seeing patterns in everyday objects, finding sinister meaning in the mundane. The shadows lengthening in my apartment took on monstrous forms, the ticking of the clock became a morbid countdown, and the sounds of the city morphed into eerie whispers and ominous creaks. My phone became a source of both anxiety and morbid fascination. Each unanswered call felt like a confirmation of my growing fear, a silent affirmation that something truly sinister was at work. I was constantly checking for messages, emails, any sign that someone knew what was happening to me, that someone was aware of the film, of the canister, of the growing darkness that seemed to envelop me. But there was nothing. Just silence. An unnerving, deafening silence. The days bled into nights, each one marked by increasing fear and insomnia. My appetite vanished. Food felt like a foreign substance in my mouth. The world around me seemed to dim, the colors muted, everything dulled by the ever-present shadow of dread. My reflection in the mirror was a stranger. My eyes were sunken, my skin pallid, my whole being marked by an oppressive weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion. I tried reaching out to others, to my friends, to my family. But as I opened my mouth to explain the horrifying images I had seen, the strange canister, the pervasive cold, my words caught in my throat. How could I possibly articulate the reality of what I was experiencing? It sounded insane, unbelievable. I imagined their reactions, concern, pity, maybe even ridicule. The fear of being dismissed, of being labeled crazy, stopped me. I retreated into myself, isolated by the growing terror. The paranoia manifested in small, yet increasingly disturbing ways. I began to question my own sanity. I started seeing things that weren't there, hearing things that weren't real. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, and my grip on my own sanity loosened with each passing moment. My days were spent in a feverish state of investigation, searching for any information that might shed light on the mysterious package. The online forums I previously consulted yielded nothing but dead ends, the cryptic markings on the canister remaining indecipherable. My investigation only deepened my despair and intensified my fear. The nights were a torment, filled with vivid nightmares mirroring the disturbing images from the film. I'd wake up screaming, my heart pounding, the metallic scent clinging to me like a second skin. The cold dread remained with me, even during the daylight hours, a constant companion in my escalating descent into paranoia. The constant fear had a physical manifestation. I started losing weight, my hands trembled incessantly, and I was perpetually exhausted, yet unable to sleep. My body was a mirror of my mind, shattered, broken, consumed by an all-encompassing terror. One night, I had a nightmare so vivid, so real, it felt like an extension of the film. I was back in that underground facility, trapped inside the glass chamber with the woman from the film, her terrified eyes reflecting my own fear and panic. The machinery hummed, the cold metal pressed against my skin, and the feeling of impending doom was overwhelming. I awoke with a gasp, soaked in sweat, my heart pounding like a drum. The cold, metallic scent was stronger than ever, permeating the very fabric of the apartment, a tangible representation of my terror. I knew then that I could no longer ignore it. The fear was consuming me, and something had to be done. The growing dread was no longer a vague feeling. It was a tangible force, a suffocating presence that threatened to consume me entirely. The enigmatic package wasn't just a mystery, it was a living nightmare that had found its way into my life. And the only way to stop it was to confront it head-on. But what awaited me? What horrors were yet to be revealed? The chilling uncertainty was almost more terrifying than the fear itself. Driven by a desperate need to understand, to find a solution to the encroaching madness, I cautiously opened the canister again. Inside, nestled amongst the faded velvet lining, wasn't just the film reel. There was something else. A small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than my palm, lay nestled against the canister. It was made of dark, polished wood, almost ebony in its depth of color, and the surface felt strangely smooth, almost oily to the touch. Strange, almost indiscernible symbols were etched into its surface, similar to the markings on the canister, but far more complex, more disturbing. A sense of dread, colder and more profound than anything I'd experienced before, washed over me. It wasn't just fear, it was a primal instinct, a deep-seated knowledge that this small, unassuming box held something profoundly dangerous, something beyond human comprehension. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the box, the chilling certainty that opening it would unleash something terrible upon me. But the compulsion to know, to understand the source of my torment, was too strong to resist. With trembling fingers, I lifted the lid. Inside, I found nothing. Or rather, it seemed so at first. The box was empty, save for a faint, almost imperceptible glow emanating from the bottom. As I peered closer, the glow intensified, swirling into a hazy, shimmering light, casting dancing shadows on my apartment walls. The symbols on the box began to pulse with the light, their cryptic nature becoming more vivid, their meaning somehow more menacing. Then, it happened. The air in the room crackled with an unseen energy. The temperature plummeted, despite the summer heat outside, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into my bones. The metallic scent, which had previously been confined to the canister, filled the apartment, thick and suffocating, overpowering the smell of dust and old paper. The wooden box began to vibrate, the vibrations intensifying until it felt like a humming engine was nestled in my hands. From within the seemingly empty box, a voice emerged. It wasn't a human voice. It was something else, something ancient and malevolent, a chorus of whispers that seemed to burrow into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. The words were incomprehensible, a guttural, alien tongue that resonated deep within my soul, evoking primal fears and forgotten nightmares. The whispers twisted and coiled, forming images in my mind, visions of horrifying landscapes and grotesque entities beyond human comprehension. My body convulsed, a wave of nausea washing over me. The whispers intensified, becoming a deafening roar that threatened to shatter my sanity. I clutched my head, trying to silence the invasive thoughts, the images that were now burning themselves into my mind. The floor beneath me seemed to shift, the walls to writhe like living things, the apartment transforming into a nightmarish landscape mirroring the visions conjured by the whispers. The light from the box intensified, forming a swirling vortex of shimmering energy, a gateway to something unspeakable. The visions became clearer, more visceral. I saw vast, desolate plains stretching towards a crimson sun, populated by twisted, skeletal creatures that moved with unnatural grace. I saw towering structures of obsidian, their surfaces covered in unintelligible symbols identical to those on the box and canister. I saw things that defied description, things that should not exist in this reality. The whispers began to shape themselves into words, or at least, approximations of words. They spoke of ancient entities, beings of pure energy and malevolence, trapped for eons, their power waning but their hunger for release eternal. The box, I realized with a sickening dread, was a prison, a container for something truly monstrous, and I had unwittingly opened it. The vortex expanded, the energy swirling around me, pulling me towards it with an irresistible force. My legs felt weak, my body numb, the only sensation remaining a pervasive, mind-numbing cold. I fought against the pull, against the inevitable, but my struggle was feeble, futile. The entities from the visions, their forms flickering in the vortex, extended tendrils of energy, their touch cold and malevolent. I screamed, a raw, primal sound choked by fear, but the sound was swallowed by the escalating roar of the vortex. The whispers, the visions, the cold, all combined into a single, crushing force that threatened to obliterate my mind, my body, my very soul. Suddenly, the vortex imploded, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. The box lay still in my hands, the chilling energy gone. The silence that followed was profound, deafening, punctuated only by the erratic thump-thump-thump of my own heart. I was left shaken, drained, my mind reeling from the onslaught of alien images and malevolent voices. The metallic scent remained, clinging to the air like a shroud. But now, it was different. It wasn't just a cold, metallic tang. It held a residue of the entity's presence, a lingering essence of their malevolence. I could feel it on my skin and my lungs, a chilling reminder of the horrors I had barely escaped. The box itself seemed to have changed. The symbols were deeper, darker, more defined. It felt colder now, radiating a chill that went beyond mere temperature. It seemed alive. I stared at the box, my mind struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Was it a hallucination? A nightmare brought on by sleep deprivation and relentless fear? But the lingering cold, the metallic scent, the deeply etched symbols, they were all too real, too tangible. The fear had not abated, it had transformed. It was no longer a vague sense of unease. It was a profound, all-consuming dread, the knowledge that something malevolent was still out there, still connected to me through this cursed box. The package had revealed its contents, a gateway to a realm of unimaginable horror. And while the gateway was closed, the implications were far from over. The entities were still out there, somewhere beyond the veil, and they knew I had seen them, that I had briefly touched upon their terrifying reality. The whispers, though silent, still echoed in my mind. I could almost feel their unseen presence, their malevolent gaze upon me, a promise of a return, a chilling reminder that my ordeal was far from over. Sleep was impossible. The chilling visions and guttural whispers played on a loop in my mind, and I was left to grapple with the chilling implications, the terrifying knowledge that I had unknowingly opened a door to a world far beyond my understanding, a world far beyond my sanity. The nights that followed were spent huddled in a chair, the box clutched in my trembling hands, my eyes darting towards every shadow, every creak. The metallic scent was pervasive, the cold inescapable. My days were spent in a desperate search for answers, but every attempt to understand the box, its markings, or the nature of the entities only led to dead ends and mounting despair. The paranoia deepened, the line between reality and hallucination blurring. I began to hear the whispers again, subtle at first, but slowly intensifying, filling my world with a cacophony of malevolent voices. I was isolated, surrounded by an unseen horror, tormented by visions only I could see. I was alone, hunted by the entities from beyond the veil, with only the cursed box as a tangible link to the nightmare that had found me. The world had become a horrifying, distorted reflection of the images I'd seen in the vortex, a grotesque landscape reflecting my own descent into madness. The package, I realized, wasn't just a mystery. It was a curse. And I was its victim. Panic seized me. The entities, the whispers, the horrifying visions, they were real. This wasn't a hallucination. This was a terrifying reality I couldn't escape. The box, that seemingly innocuous wooden prison, was a conduit, a link to something ancient and malevolent. My first instinct was destruction. I needed to sever the connection, to obliterate whatever resided within that infernal box and silence the whispers that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I grabbed a hammer, its weight oddly reassuring in my trembling hands. I smashed the box against the concrete floor of my apartment building's basement, the sound echoing strangely hollow in the vast, empty space. The wood splintered, scattering fragments across the damp floor, the polished surface cracking and revealing a dark, almost black, inner core. Yet, the symbols, those disturbing glyphs, remained, imprinted on the fractured pieces of wood as if they were burned into its very essence. The metallic scent intensified, thick and cloying, now accompanied by a faint, sickeningly sweet odor, like burnt sugar and decay. The whispers continued, low and menacing, swirling around me like a suffocating fog. I tried fire next. I gathered kindling, attempting to create a bonfire to consume the remnants of the box, the cursed symbols, and, hopefully, the entity it contained. The flames roared, licking at the fragments of wood, but they didn't burn. The wood resisted the flames, the symbols glowing faintly within the fire's heart, pulsating with a malevolent light. The heat intensified, the air thick with smoke, but the fragments remained stubbornly intact, the glyphs now almost luminous, their malevolent presence seemingly fueled by the fire's destructive power. The whispers grew louder, closer, their alien language searing itself into my consciousness. Frustration and a chilling dread consumed me. I tried drowning the box pieces. I plunged the fragments into a bathtub full of water, hoping to extinguish whatever malevolent energy they held. The water turned a murky, metallic black, the metallic scent still pervading the air, undiminished. The whispers followed, echoing faintly through the water, their unsettling voices distorted but unmistakable. The symbols, visible through the swirling black water, pulsed with an eerie luminescence, defiant even beneath the surface. Days turned into nights, my apartment transforming into a macabre laboratory where I desperately attempted to destroy the cursed fragments. I tried acid, burying them deep into the earth, even attempting to crush them with a hydraulic press. Each attempt ended in failure. The symbols remained, the metallic scent clung to my clothes, my skin, my very soul. The whispers never ceased, growing stronger, bolder, forming themselves into crude approximations of words, hints of a horrifying history, a malevolent plan, a looming threat. I began to understand. The box wasn't just a container. It was a manifestation of something ancient, something powerful, something that transcended physical destruction. The escalating fear wasn't just about the physical threat, it was the insidious erosion of my sanity. The whispers burrowed into my mind, twisting my thoughts, planting seeds of doubt and paranoia. My dreams became nightmares, nightmarish reflections of the visions from the vortex, scenes of skeletal creatures under a crimson sun, obsidian structures, and unimaginable horrors. The line between waking and sleeping blurred, reality distorted by the ever-present whispers. I spent countless hours researching the symbols, scouring ancient texts, deciphering forgotten languages. I explored esoteric websites, delving into occult forums, desperately seeking an explanation, a solution, a way to break the curse. My search was fruitless, only leading to more questions, more unsettling discoveries, more horrifying revelations about the entities and their enduring power. Each failed attempt to destroy the fragments intensified the fear. It was the knowledge that this malevolent force could not be broken, that its power defied physical destruction. This wasn't just a physical threat, it was an assault on my very being, a malevolent energy that was slowly consuming me, body and soul. My reflection became a stranger, the shadows around my eyes deepening, the lines etched around my mouth reflecting the constant turmoil within. I started to hear the whispers in everything, the rustling of leaves outside my window, the hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock. They were everywhere, a relentless, suffocating chorus of malevolence, their alien language a constant, insidious intrusion into my thoughts. The visions were constant now, blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. I found myself staring blankly at the ceiling, unable to distinguish between the mundane patterns of the plaster and the landscapes of grotesque obsidian structures under a blood-red sun. Days turned into a blur of paranoia and desperation. I tried to talk to people, to explain what had happened, but the words seemed inadequate, my experiences too incomprehensible for anyone to understand. My sanity frayed, each failed attempt to destroy the fragments chipping away at my mind's defenses, leaving behind only fear and an increasingly desperate understanding of my hopeless situation. The whispers had won. I was theirs. The whispers began to coalesce, forming sentences, fragmented but clear enough to instill a paralyzing terror. They spoke of a ritual, a sacrifice, a gateway that could never be truly closed. They spoke of my role in their grand, malevolent design, a role I had unknowingly accepted by opening the cursed box. The metallic scent intensified, no longer a mere odor but a palpable presence, clinging to me like a shroud, a testament to the malevolent energy that had taken root in my being. The realization was chilling, bone-chilling, a terrifying knowledge that I wasn't simply a victim, I was a conduit. My very existence was now intertwined with the malevolent entities, their power feeding off my despair, my fear. The whispers weren't just sounds, they were commands, promises, warnings. And I was helpless, powerless, completely at their mercy. The only certainty was that the horror was far from over. The package, once a mystery, had become my curse, a chilling testament to the terrifying consequences of tampering with the unknowable, a horrific odyssey into the heart of an ancient, malevolent darkness. The whispers, stronger than ever, awaited my next move, a silent orchestra of terror serenading my imminent doom. Story 2: The Whispering Walls. The rusted key scraped against the lock, a sound amplified in the unnerving silence of the old house. Dust motes danced in the single beam of my flashlight, illuminating peeling wallpaper and shadows that seemed to writhe in the periphery. This wasn't just an old house, it was a mausoleum of forgotten sorrows, a repository of whispered secrets. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something ancient and unsettling, a metallic tang that pricked at the back of my throat. I'd been researching this place for months, poring over local lore and faded newspaper clippings. Tales of unexplained phenomena, disappearances, and chilling whispers had drawn me here, a moth to a flickering, malevolent flame. The house stood on a lonely hill, shrouded in an almost palpable sense of dread, a place where the wind seemed to moan and the shadows held secrets best left undisturbed. My equipment was meticulously prepared, a high-definition video camera mounted on a tripod, a backup digital recorder capturing audio, and a series of motion-activated cameras strategically placed throughout the house. Every creak, every rustle, every whisper would be documented, every anomaly analyzed. This was more than just an investigation, it was an exorcism of sorts, a desperate attempt to capture the unseen, to give voice to the silent horrors that haunted these walls. The main hall stretched before me, its grandeur long since decayed. Cracked plaster revealed glimpses of the original wood beneath, the floorboards groaning under my weight. A grand staircase, its banister crumbling, led to the upper floors, its darkness promising untold mysteries. I started with the ground floor, my video camera rolling, capturing the desolate beauty of decay, the palpable weight of history. Each room held its own story, a silent narrative etched in the peeling paint, the broken furniture, and the layers of dust. In the parlor, a shattered mirror reflected a distorted image of me, my own form warped and unsettling in the gloom. The fireplace, cold and empty, seemed to stare back with an accusatory emptiness. The whispers started then, faint at first, barely audible above the hum of my recording equipment. They were like the rustle of unseen wings, a chorus of muffled voices murmuring just beyond the threshold of hearing. I moved to the kitchen, its once vibrant space now overtaken by shadows and silence. The cupboards hung open, their contents long since vanished. A single, rusted knife lay on the counter, its blade reflecting a sliver of my flashlight beam. The whispers grew louder here, swirling around me, their tones shifting, sometimes pleading, sometimes threatening. I felt a prickling on my skin, a cold dread settling deep in my bones. The motion-activated cameras flickered to life, their infrared sensors picking up movement in the corners of the room, movements invisible to the naked eye. As I ascended the creaking staircase, the whispers intensified, becoming more distinct, though still incomprehensible. They were a language of fear, of sorrow, of unimaginable horrors. On the second floor, the bedrooms were even more dilapidated, their wallpaper hanging in tatters, revealing the skeletal framework of the house beneath. One room, in particular, exuded an intense coldness, the air stagnant and heavy. Here, the whispers were almost deafening, a cacophony of voices surrounding me, a symphony of dread. The camera captured shadows flitting across the walls, moving too fast to be merely dust motes. In the attic, a space choked with forgotten memories, I found an old trunk, its wood worn and warped with age. Inside, I discovered a collection of journals, their pages filled with a spidery script, describing events that mirrored the local legends. The writing spoke of rituals, sacrifices, and the summoning of ancient entities. The metallic scent that had clung to me since entering the house intensified here, filling the attic with a suffocating, metallic sweetness. The final room, a small, windowless chamber in the basement, proved to be the most disturbing. Here, the whispers turned into screams, echoing off the damp stone walls. The walls themselves seemed to vibrate, the air crackling with an unseen energy. The motion-activated cameras went haywire, recording chaotic bursts of static and inexplicable movements. I felt a presence here, an overwhelming sense of malevolence, a chilling force that threatened to consume me. The camera captured an image, a fleeting glimpse of a dark shape, a shadow that moved with impossible speed, a fleeting moment before the camera shut down. My equipment, usually so reliable, failed. The video camera abruptly stopped recording, the digital recorder producing only a high-pitched whine, and the motion sensors providing nothing but static. The whispers, now a chorus of shrieks and guttural growls, enveloped me. I stumbled back, overwhelmed by the terrifying energy that filled the room, a chilling reminder of the house's dark history. I escaped, running through the house, fleeing the oppressive presence, the chilling whispers, and the malevolent energy that clung to me like a shroud. Out in the cold night air, the metallic scent seemed to fade, the whispers silenced by the wind. The experience left me shaken, my senses reeling from the overwhelming horror. But the recordings, the fragments of evidence I had managed to capture before the equipment failed, held the chilling truth. This was not merely a haunted house, it was a gateway, a conduit to something ancient, something malevolent. And I had unknowingly opened it. Later, back in the relative safety of my own home, I reviewed the footage, the audio recordings, and the images captured by the motion-activated cameras. The evidence was irrefutable. The whispers were real, the shadows substantial. The house was alive, and it held a dark secret, a chilling history of horror and unspeakable evil. The footage showed glimpses of unseen beings, distorted images that flickered in and out of view, the spectral shapes of something that existed just beyond the veil of reality. The audio recordings captured the terrifying screams, guttural growls, and whispered chants, a haunting soundtrack to a horror that defied comprehension. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched and listened, piecing together the puzzle of the house's dark past. The journals, the whispers, the fleeting glimpses of the unseen, it all pointed to a ritual, a dark invocation of something ancient and terrible. The house was not just haunted, it was a prison, a conduit for malevolent entities. And I had stumbled upon their terrifying secret, unwittingly becoming a participant in their dark design. The discovery was chilling, a frightening revelation of the unknowable. The house was a nexus of unspeakable horror, and the whispers were a constant, chilling reminder of the unseen terrors that lurked just beyond the threshold of our perception. This wasn't the end of my journey. but just the beginning of a terrifying descent into the heart of an ancient evil, a descent that would take me to the darkest depths of fear and lead me face to face with the terrifying consequences of tampering with the unknowable. The whispers, now a haunting echo in my memory, promised an even greater horror yet to come. The chilling realization hung heavy in the air. I had opened a door that could never truly be closed. The house still stood on that lonely hill, a silent sentinel of an ancient evil, forever watching, forever waiting. The unsettling quiet of the house was broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of a grandfather clock somewhere deep within its shadowed recesses. A sound, in itself, innocuous, yet in this context, it felt menacing, a relentless reminder of the passage of time, a ticking countdown to something unknown. The silence between the ticks felt heavy, pregnant with an unspoken dread that clawed at my nerves. I checked my equipment again. The video camera still hummed, the audio recorder faithfully capturing every whisper, every creak, every unsettling shift in the air. Then it began. A faint scratching, high-pitched and almost imperceptible, originating from the wall behind me. It was subtle, easily dismissed as the settling of the house, yet it held an unnerving quality, a distinctness that set my teeth on edge. I swung the camera, focusing on the wall, its cracked plaster a tapestry of shadows. Nothing was visible. Yet, the scratching continued, growing slightly louder, more insistent. I moved closer, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The scratching became a scraping, a dragging sound, as if something were trying to claw its way through the wall. The hairs on my arms stood on end. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not the settling of an old house, this was something else entirely. Something malevolent. The audio recorder captured the sound with chilling clarity. A high-pitched, frantic scratching that escalated into a series of sharp, metallic scrapes. It was accompanied by a low, guttural groan, a sound so deep it seemed to resonate within my very bones. The combination sent a wave of icy fear washing over me, leaving me breathless and paralyzed with dread. I tried to rationalize it. Rats? Squirrels? But the sound was too deliberate, too focused, too intelligent. It felt like something was trying to communicate, to break through, to get my attention. The camera's infrared sensor picked up a fleeting flicker of movement in the corner of the room, a faint heat signature that vanished almost instantly. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Silence descended again, even more oppressive than before. The only sound was the relentless ticking of the grandfather clock, a morbid metronome counting down to the next unsettling event. I stood there, frozen, my senses heightened, listening for any further indication, any sign of what had just happened. Minutes stretched into an eternity, the silence punctuated only by my own ragged breathing. Then, a new sound emerged, a low hum, almost subsonic, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very foundations of the house. It resonated through the floor, up my legs, causing a low thrumming in my chest. My teeth clenched, my hands trembling. The camera's lens seemed to haze, the image flickering as if the house itself were trying to interfere with the recording. The humming intensified, growing louder, more insistent, until it felt like the entire house was vibrating. The walls seemed to pulse, the air around me crackling with unseen energy. The motion-activated cameras began flashing erratically, their infrared sensors overwhelmed by the intense energy, recording only chaotic bursts of static and white noise. Suddenly, the humming ceased, replaced by a series of soft thuds, like heavy objects being dropped from a height. The thuds were accompanied by a whispering sound, faint at first, then gradually growing louder, swirling around me, a chorus of voices murmuring incomprehensible words. The whispers were unlike anything I had ever heard. They were not human voices. They were something older, something otherworldly. They seemed to weave through the air, entering my ears, my mind, filling me with a chilling sense of dread. They were filled with pain, anguish, and a palpable sense of despair, a chorus of tormented souls trapped within the walls of the house. I spun around, the camera recording the ghostly swirls of dust motes illuminated by my flashlight. I strained to see, to capture the source of the sounds, but there was nothing visible. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony, a symphony of fear. The air grew colder, the metallic scent growing stronger, thicker. It felt as though I were being watched, surrounded by unseen presences. Then, a new sound pierced through the whispers, a high-pitched shriek, filled with unimaginable agony. It was followed by a series of guttural growls and a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to burrow into my mind, leaving me feeling exposed, vulnerable. The shrieks were clearly human and filled with pure, unadulterated terror. My body was trembling uncontrollably. The camera lens was fogging up. The house seemed alive, malevolent, consumed by unseen forces. It was a terrifying symphony of noises, each sound more chilling than the last, a relentless assault on my senses, a descent into an abyss of fear. The reality itself seemed to be warping around me, a living, breathing entity intent on driving me to the brink of madness. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding, my breathing ragged. The unsettling chorus of sounds continued unabated, an eerie soundtrack to my desperate retreat, a terrifying reminder of the unseen horrors lurking within these ancient walls. The whispers followed me, their presence palpable, their purpose unknown, drawing me deeper into the suffocating embrace of the house's malevolent energy. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, intensified with every step I took, each creak of the floorboards a death knell. Escape felt impossible. The house held me captive, not with chains or locks, but with a far more terrifying power, the inescapable grip of primal fear. The sounds continued, an endless torrent of dread, even as I staggered out into the night. The whispers followed, a relentless reminder of what I had witnessed, what I had heard, the horrors that lay hidden within the ancient stones. The escape was only a temporary reprieve. The ancient evil of the house lingered, a chilling testament to something older, something far more sinister than I could ever have imagined. The noises, the whispers, the unseen presences, they became a part of me, a haunting echo in the silence that followed. The chilling whispers intensified, morphing into a cacophony of disembodied voices that seemed to claw at my sanity. They weren't just sounds. They were sensations, icy tendrils wrapping around my mind, weaving themselves into my thoughts, injecting a paralyzing fear into my very being. The air grew thick, heavy, the metallic scent now overpowering, clinging to the back of my throat like a shroud. It was the smell of decay, of ancient evil, a stench that spoke of centuries of suffering and death. My flashlight beam danced nervously across the walls, revealing nothing but the oppressive darkness and the crumbling plaster, yet the whispers continued, swirling around me like a malevolent vortex. I stumbled back, desperate to escape the suffocating pressure, the feeling of unseen eyes boring into me, assessing, judging. The grandfather clock ticked on, its rhythmic beat a morbid counterpoint to the unearthly chorus, each tick a hammer blow against my dwindling courage. Suddenly, a cold spot enveloped me, a localized chill that had nothing to do with the autumn night. It felt like an icy hand had reached out from the walls, its touch draining the warmth from my body, leaving me shivering uncontrollably. The camera's lens fogged again, the image wavering, the recording distorted by whatever unseen force was at play. I tried to adjust the focus, but my hands were trembling too violently. The whispers shifted, becoming more coherent, though the words remained unintelligible, a language older than human speech. It was a guttural, rasping tongue, filled with sibilants and clicks, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, resonating with a primal fear that transcended language itself. I felt a strange compulsion to understand, to decipher the meaning behind the words, but the effort was futile. The language was alien, a key to a door I wasn't meant to open. Then, a new sound emerged, cutting through the whispers, a child's cry, thin and reedy, filled with a terror that pierced me to the core. It was a brief, heart-wrenching sound, instantly silenced, replaced by the oppressive whispers, yet its echo remained, a chilling reminder of the innocence that had been violated within these walls. Panic clawed at my throat. I backed away further, tripping over a loose floorboard, the sound echoing in the oppressive silence that followed the child's cry. The camera fell to the floor, its lens cracking as it hit the hardwood. I scrambled to pick it up, the image on the screen a distorted mess of shadows and flickering lights. The recording continued, however, capturing my frantic movements and gasps of breath. I fumbled with the recorder, desperately trying to turn it off, to silence the relentless assault on my senses. But the sounds continued, growing louder, more intense, as if the entity inhabiting the house had been roused from its slumber. The house seemed to groan, its ancient timbers creaking and settling, as if responding to the unseen forces within its walls. The very structure seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, an unseen heartbeat of dread. I stumbled towards the door, the whispers chasing me, their cold breath on the back of my neck. I could feel their presence behind me, their intention unknown, yet terrifyingly palpable. The air grew heavier, thicker, almost impossible to breathe. The scent of decay grew stronger, overwhelming, filling my lungs with a feeling of suffocation. Reaching the door, I fumbled with the handle, my fingers clumsy and unresponsive. The door swung open, revealing the cold night air, a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere within. I stumbled out, gasping for breath, the cold night air a balm to my burning lungs. But even outside, the whispers persisted, though fainter, more distant. They were a part of me now, woven into the fabric of my being. The chilling echoes of the child's cry and the guttural chanting haunted my mind, an incessant reminder of the horrors I had witnessed within those ancient walls. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, lingered, an invisible shadow clinging to me, even as I fled into the relative safety of the night. The house stood silhouetted against the starless sky, a dark monolith filled with unseen terrors. I glanced back, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. A single light flickered in one of the upper windows, a ghostly luminescence that seemed to mock my escape. It was a cold, malevolent light, a beacon to something dark and ancient. As I ran, the sounds, faint but persistent, chased me, weaving a tapestry of dread that enveloped me in an icy embrace. The whispers followed, a chorus of tormented souls, a testament to the house's dark legacy. It was a horror that transcended the physical realm, a nightmare that would continue to haunt my waking hours. My escape was only temporary. The ancient evil would wait, patient and relentless, until it could once again claim its due. The feeling of dread, the whispers, the metallic scent, all of it clung to me, a chilling reminder of the unseen terrors lurking just beneath the surface. The camera's recording, a fragmented mess of distorted images and unsettling sounds, was a testament to the night's horrors. But more than that, it was a warning, a chilling echo of the whispers from the walls, an ominous prophecy of what was yet to come. The evil was not contained, it had reached out, touched me, and now, a part of it lived within me. The whispers would continue long after the recording ended. They were now a part of me, and I was trapped in their symphony of despair. My escape was only a temporary reprieve, a brief intermission before the next chilling act in the play of terror. The house, and its ancient secrets, remained. The night was filled with the lingering echoes of unseen horrors, a constant reminder of the power of the unknown, the terror of the unseen, and the chilling permanence of things that go bump in the night. Even the silence held a dreadful hum, a subsonic tremor of fear that throbbed beneath the surface of my consciousness. The world felt different, somehow altered, tainted by the experience. The normality of everyday life seemed fragile, a thin veneer barely concealing the lurking darkness that now felt both familiar and terrifying. The whispers had burrowed deep into my mind, a malignant seed of fear planted in the fertile ground of my psyche. The subsequent days were a blur of sleepless nights and haunted days. The images, the sounds, replayed incessantly in my mind. The chilling whispers became an internal monologue, an inescapable chorus of dread that accompanied every waking moment. I tried to rationalize it, to explain away the supernatural, to attribute the sounds to natural causes. But deep down, I knew the truth. I had encountered something ancient, something malevolent, something far beyond human comprehension. The recording became a disturbing memento, a physical manifestation of my encounter with the unknown. The distorted images, the unsettling sounds, served as a constant reminder of the house, its whispers, and the chilling terror that it held. Each time I reviewed the footage, the feeling of dread intensified, as if the house itself reached out through the recording, its malevolent energy seeping into my consciousness. The experience has changed me irrevocably. The world no longer feels safe, the unseen lurking just beyond my perception. I see shadows where there are none, and hear whispers in the silence. The mundane is now infused with an undercurrent of dread. But what has been witnessed cannot be unseen, and what has been heard can never truly be silenced. The horror that I experienced within those whispering walls has become a part of me, a constant and chilling reminder of the dark, unseen world that exists just beyond the veil of reality. The whispers persist, not just from the house, but from within. The hallway stretched before me, a seemingly endless tunnel of oppressive darkness. The whispers, once a background hum, now swelled into a deafening roar, a cacophony of voices that seemed to claw at my eardrums. The metallic scent of decay intensified, thick and cloying, coating my tongue with a taste of ash and death. Each step I took echoed unnervingly, the sound amplified by the cavernous space, each footfall a hammer blow against the suffocating silence between the shrieks. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the relentless whispers. The flashlight beam, a weak, trembling finger of light, revealed little, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and contorted like living things. The walls seemed to breathe, the crumbling plaster seeming to shift and writhe under the beam's feeble illumination. I could almost feel the walls closing in, suffocating me, pressing down on me with the weight of centuries of buried horrors. Then, I saw it. At the end of the hallway, a faint, ethereal glow emanated from a doorway, a sickly, greenish luminescence that pulsed with a sickening rhythm. It was a light that felt wrong, unnatural, a spectral beacon beckoning me towards an inevitable doom. The whispers intensified as I approached, morphing into a chorus of guttural chants, a language I couldn't understand yet felt deep within my soul. It was the language of fear, of despair, of unspeakable horrors. The doorway opened into a large, circular chamber, the walls lined with decaying tapestries and ancient, tarnished mirrors. The air hung heavy with the stench of death, a miasma of decay that choked my lungs and burned my eyes. The greenish light seemed to emanate from a central figure, a shadowy mass that shifted and pulsed, defying definition. As I approached, the figure coalesced, resolving itself into a grotesque entity, a creature of nightmare. It was humanoid in form, yet utterly alien, its flesh a corrupted mockery of human anatomy. Skin stretched taut over skeletal bones, its surface a patchwork of lesions and festering wounds. Eyes, or what appeared to be eyes, burned with an unholy light, reflecting the phosphorescent glow of the chamber. It raised a skeletal hand, long and spindly, its fingers tipped with razor-sharp claws. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of tortured screams, a symphony of agony that resonated deep within my bones. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a paralyzing fear that stole my breath and froze me in place. The entity opened its mouth, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and let out a shriek that shattered the oppressive silence. The sound was not of this world, a sonic assault that pierced my mind, overwhelming my senses. I felt as though my skull would crack under the pressure of the sound waves. The camera shook violently in my trembling hands, the recording becoming a chaotic mess of blurry images and distorted audio. Then, it began to move. The creature glided across the chamber with unnatural speed, its movements fluid and horrifyingly graceful. Its gaze never left me, its burning eyes piercing through me, stripping me bare, revealing the very core of my being. The air crackled with energy, a tangible sense of malevolence that filled the chamber, pressing down on me with crushing force. I tried to run, to escape the terrifying presence, but my legs refused to obey. I was paralyzed by fear, frozen in place, a helpless witness to my own impending doom. The entity advanced, its movements slow and deliberate, each step measured and precise, as if to savor my terror. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a malevolent vortex, a chorus of voices that spoke of ages of suffering and death. They invaded my mind, whispering promises of pain and torment, a symphony of unspeakable horrors. I felt a strange compulsion to surrender, to succumb to the entity's power, to allow it to consume me. But a flicker of defiance, a stubborn ember of self-preservation, refused to die. I raised the camera, its lens blurring and fogging over as my hands trembled uncontrollably. The recording became a record of my utter helplessness, of my frantic struggles against an overwhelming force. I pressed the record button, capturing the horrifying climax of my experience, the moment when the unseen became all too real. The entity closed in, its skeletal hand reaching out, its razor-sharp claws glinting in the sickly green light. I screamed, a sound lost in the cacophony of whispers and the entity's unholy shriek. Then, darkness. The recording abruptly ends. The camera lies on the cold, damp floor, its lens cracked and its screen displaying only a distorted image of the final moments before the confrontation. Only silence remains. The chilling silence of the chamber. The chilling silence of the house. The chilling silence before the storm. The silence, however, was broken only briefly by a faint whisper, carried on the wind. It was a single word, barely audible, yet chilling in its implication, again. The word echoed in my mind long after the tape ended. Long after my consciousness returned. Long after I'd escaped the clutches of the entity. Days later, back in the familiar yet alien comforts of my own home, the echoes lingered. The whispers from the walls, once a distant, unsettling hum, now resonated within me, a constant, internal chorus of dread. The metallic scent of decay still clung to my clothes, a grim souvenir from the encounter. The camera sat untouched, a silent testament to the horror I had witnessed. Sleep offered no escape, only a procession of terrifying dreams, replaying the encounter, the entity's horrifying visage seared into my memory. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking menace, every whisper a threat. The world, once a reassuring reality, now felt menacingly unfamiliar, a landscape of potential horror. I reviewed the recording countless times, trying to understand, to rationalize, to find some explanation for what I had experienced. But the footage only confirmed the horrifying reality of the encounter. The distorted images, the unintelligible chanting, the creature itself, all irrefutable evidence of something beyond my understanding, beyond human comprehension. The whispers, the shadows, the scent of decay, these were not mere hallucinations. They were a chilling echo of what I had witnessed, an insidious reminder of the darkness that lurked just beneath the surface. I know now, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that some doors are not meant to be opened. Some secrets are best left buried, their silent horrors hidden in the shadows of forgotten places. I am changed. The experience has indelibly marked my soul. I am haunted by the whispers, by the memory of the entity, by the chilling knowledge that the darkness I encountered was not confined to that ancient house. It exists everywhere, just beyond the veil of reality, waiting, watching, ready to claim its next victim. And I am left with the chilling realization that the entity might not be done with me yet, that the whispers may one day return, stronger, more insistent, heralding a confrontation more terrifying than the last. The escape was temporary, the nightmare continues. The whispers still persist. They always will. The escape was a blur of stumbling, frantic movements. My legs, heavy with a leaden exhaustion that transcended mere physical fatigue, propelled me forward, guided by nothing but a primal instinct for self-preservation. Behind me, the grotesque entity's shrieks echoed, a horrific soundtrack to my desperate flight. I didn't look back. I dared not. A single glance, a moment of hesitation, might have been enough to seal my fate. The hallway, which had seemed an endless expanse of oppressive darkness moments before, now felt strangely short, the distance collapsing under the pressure of my desperate flight. Each step was a victory, a testament to the stubborn ember of will that refused to be extinguished by the overwhelming terror. The whispers, the relentless chorus of voices, chased me, their chilling presence a constant reminder of the horror I was fleeing. I burst from the house, the sudden influx of night air a shock to my system. The cool breeze, a welcome contrast to the suffocating atmosphere of the chamber, did little to soothe the raw fear that clawed at my insides. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The house, a looming silhouette against the moonlit sky, seemed to watch me, a silent sentinel guarding its dark secrets. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the woods, collapsing onto the damp earth, gasping for breath. My body trembled uncontrollably, a symphony of exhaustion and terror. The camera, clutched tightly in my hand, was miraculously intact, its lens fogged but functional. The footage, a chaotic record of my terrifying encounter, remained, a grim testament to the horrors I had survived. The silence of the woods, once a comforting refuge, now felt heavy, oppressive. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent jolts of adrenaline through my system, triggering memories of the creature's horrifying presence. The whispers, though less intense than within the house's walls, still seemed to echo in the wind, a faint, unsettling chorus that insinuated itself into my consciousness. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pale gray and muted orange, a creeping exhaustion finally overwhelmed me. I slept, or rather, I drifted in and out of consciousness, plagued by vivid, terrifying dreams that replayed my ordeal, the entity's grotesque visage seared into my memory. The dreams were a relentless torment, a horrifying loop that offered no respite from the lingering fear. The following days were a blur of intense anxiety and near-paralyzing fear. The house, a physical manifestation of my ordeal, felt like an extension of the nightmare, a place I could never truly leave behind. The metallic scent of decay, a persistent olfactory reminder of the encounter, clung to my clothes, my skin, my hair. It seemed to permeate my very being. The whispers, though less audible, felt internalized, a constant, unsettling hum beneath the surface of my consciousness. Every shadow seemed menacing, every whisper a potential threat. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford, as the nightmares relentlessly pursued me, even into the waking hours. The camera, the instrument that had documented my ordeal, became an object of both fascination and revulsion. I would review the footage again and again, searching for some rational explanation, some logical interpretation, that would dispel the terror, that would restore a sense of normalcy to my life. But the video only confirmed the horrifying reality of my encounter. The grotesque entity, its unholy shrieks, its unnatural grace, they were irrefutable evidence of something beyond human comprehension. Something beyond my comprehension. The rational part of my mind, the part that clung to logic and reason, attempted to offer explanations, to find a logical framework to explain my experience. Perhaps it was mass hysteria, a psychological response to a stressful situation. Perhaps it was a hallucination, a product of a sleep-deprived mind. Perhaps it was all a dream, a terrifying nightmare from which I had not yet awakened. But these rationalizations offered little solace. The physical evidence, the lingering scent of decay, the visceral terror etched into my memory, refuted these comforting illusions. The whispers, though faint, were an undeniable reality, an insidious reminder of the horror I had witnessed. And the camera, a silent yet eloquent witness to the encounter, offered irrefutable proof of the reality of the horror. I tried to function, to return to a semblance of normalcy, but the world felt different, altered. The familiar sights and sounds now held a subtle undercurrent of menace, a hint of the uncanny that permeated my perception of reality. Simple tasks, once mundane and unremarkable, were now fraught with a latent anxiety, an underlying sense of unease. The world had shifted, inexplicably, irreversibly. The unresolved ending of my encounter gnawed at me, creating a profound sense of unease that lingered long after the initial shock had subsided. The entity's chilling statement, again, echoed in my thoughts, a constant reminder of the lingering threat. The house remained, its dark secrets undisturbed, a chilling testament to the terrors that lay concealed within its walls. It was a monument to fear, a constant reminder of the darkness I had barely escaped. I feared it would not be long before it returned. Before the whispers returned. Before the entity returned. Before, again. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The initial terror slowly subsided, replaced by a deeper, more pervasive anxiety. The house stood silent, a monument to the unseen horrors within, waiting to reclaim its victim. The memories persisted, sharpening with each passing day, indelibly etching the terrifying visage of the entity into the very fabric of my being. The camera remained a silent observer, a testament to my survival. Its footage, a record of unimaginable horror, a window into the depths of the unknown, served as both a source of both morbid fascination and chilling reminder of the terrors that lurked within the realms beyond our understanding. Yet, I kept it. A constant, physical reminder of what could, and might, happen again. The whispers persisted. Faint at first, barely audible above the everyday sounds of life, they grew stronger, their presence more insistent. They were no longer just a sound, they were a feeling, a pervasive sense of unease that coiled in my stomach, a constant premonition of impending doom. I sought solace in the company of others, but their comforting words failed to reach the depths of my fear. Their mundane stories, their trivial concerns, seemed to mock my terrifying experience, my struggle to reconcile with the horrors I had witnessed. I was changed, irrevocably altered by my encounter, haunted by the whispers, the shadows, the memory of the creature, a constant reminder of the unseen horrors that lurked just beyond the veil of reality. The world, once familiar and comforting, was now a landscape of potential terror. The escape was only temporary, the nightmare continues. The whispers remain. The threat remains. The waiting remains. And the haunting awareness that again was not just a threat, but a promise. A sinister, chilling promise. Story 3, Whispers in the Pines. The air hung heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance usually comforting, now tinged with an unsettling undercurrent. John, a seasoned but solitary camper, had chosen this secluded spot deep within the whispering pines for its tranquility, a much-needed escape from the clamor of city life. He'd spent the afternoon setting up his camp, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of his mallet against tent pegs a counterpoint to the rustling leaves and chirping crickets. The sun, a molten orb sinking below the horizon, painted the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep violet, a spectacle he initially savored in peaceful solitude. But as dusk settled, a subtle shift occurred. A prickling unease, a feeling of being watched, began to creep into the edges of his consciousness. It started subtly, a rustle in the undergrowth that couldn't be attributed to any known creature, a shadow flitting at the periphery of his vision. Then came the footprints. They were large, too large for any animal he could imagine inhabiting this remote corner of the forest. They were deeply imprinted in the soft earth around his campsite, a series of irregular, almost deliberate impressions that led nowhere. No clear path, no trail, just these unsettling marks, encircling his small haven like a silent, ominous ring. He traced the edges of each imprint with a trembling finger, the damp soil clinging to his skin like a second, unwelcome layer. John, a rational man who prided himself on his skepticism, tried to dismiss it. A bear, perhaps, or some other large nocturnal creature. But the lack of any discernible trail, the feeling of deliberate placement around his camp, contradicted that logic. The disturbed earth, meticulously raked in a pattern he couldn't comprehend, only deepened his unease. He examined the footprints again, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. They were unlike anything he had ever seen, too large for a bear, too deliberate for a stray animal. They possessed a disturbing symmetry, almost as if they had been carefully placed, a macabre artistic statement etched into the forest floor. The disturbed earth surrounding the prints was meticulously arranged, creating a strange, unsettling pattern. He felt a chilling certainty that whatever had made these prints was still nearby, watching him. Night descended, bringing with it a blanket of darkness that seemed to press down on him, suffocating. The sounds of the forest, once soothing, now held a menacing quality. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. The crickets chirping, once a gentle chorus, was now a cacophony of unsettling sounds that grated on his nerves. He tried to build a larger fire, hoping the flames would provide some comfort, some illusion of protection. But the flames, even at their height, seemed feeble against the encroaching darkness, casting long, dancing shadows that morphed into grotesque shapes in the periphery of his vision. He felt trapped, enveloped by the forest, its dense pines forming an impenetrable wall, a silent, watchful audience to his growing fear. Sleep offered no respite. His dreams were filled with distorted images, the unsettling footprints stretching into an endless labyrinth, monstrous shadows reaching out from the darkness, and the chilling sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. He woke up with a start, his heart pounding, his skin slick with a cold sweat, the dream's imagery lingering like a persistent nightmare. The morning light offered little comfort. The footprints remained, their presence a stark reminder of the night's terrors. He forced himself to eat a meager breakfast, his appetite gone, his hands trembling. He needed to leave, he knew that, but a strange compulsion kept him rooted to the spot, a morbid curiosity outweighing his common sense. He decided to investigate, a reckless act born of fear and a desperate need to understand what he was facing. He moved cautiously into the forest, his eyes scanning the undergrowth, his ears straining to pick up any sound. He followed one of the tracks, venturing deeper into the woods, the trees closing in on him like the walls of a suffocating cage. The forest floor was littered with other signs of disturbance. Broken branches, snapped off with unnatural force, littered the path. The undergrowth was disturbed, trampled, as if something large had forcefully passed through. The tracks, though still leading nowhere in particular, became increasingly frequent, a chilling testament to the presence that seemed to be stalking him. He encountered more disturbing signs, a cluster of feathers from some unknown bird, their colors muted, dull, devoid of life. A partially eaten carcass of a small animal, the flesh torn in a manner that suggested something far exceeding the capabilities of a normal predator. The trees were scratched, deep gashes marring their bark, wounds too precise for natural occurrences. All of these signs only reinforced the reality of what he was up against, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him with increasing intensity. His rational mind, once his anchor, began to falter. Was he hallucinating? Was this the cumulative effect of isolation and fear? He rubbed his eyes, trying to dispel the growing dread, but the forest seemed to respond to his unease, the shadows deepening, the silence growing more oppressive. The trees seemed to lean in, whispering secrets he didn't want to hear. The sense of being watched intensified, morphing from a subtle unease into a palpable dread. Then he saw it. A fleeting glimpse, just out of the corner of his eye. A dark shape, moving swiftly between the trees, a humanoid silhouette that vanished almost instantaneously. He spun around, his heart leaping into his throat, his breath catching in his chest, but the forest floor was empty, its silence broken only by the rhythmic pounding of his own terrified heart. Panic seized him. He didn't know what he was facing, but he knew he had to escape. He pushed his fear aside, activating his survival instincts. He retreated from the depths of the forest, his movements precise and purposeful, his mind laser-focused on escaping this horrifying place. The journey back to his campsite felt like an eternity. Every sound amplified his fear. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat. His own heart beat like a drum, a frantic counterpoint to the oppressive silence of the forest. He raced back to his tent, his hands shaking, his vision blurred. He tore down his tent with a frantic haste, ignoring the careful packing he'd originally planned. As he ran towards the relative safety of the trailhead, he risked another glance backward. The forest remained eerily silent, its trees impassive witnesses to his flight. He never saw the shadowy figure again, but the chilling memory of those footprints, and the unsettling feeling of being watched, remained etched into his mind. He escaped the immediate threat, but the trauma of the encounter would linger, a chilling reminder of the primal horrors that lurk in the untouched corners of the wilderness. The forest, once a sanctuary, had transformed into a place of fear, a testament to the hidden terrors that lie concealed within nature's seemingly tranquil embrace. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fleeting shades of bruised purple and blood orange before surrendering completely to the encroaching darkness. The vibrant colors faded, leaving behind a sky the color of a raven's wing, a stark contrast to the vibrant life John had witnessed just hours before. The forest, once alive with the sounds of birdsong and the rustling of leaves, fell silent. An unnatural stillness settled over the woods, a heavy blanket that smothered the usual nocturnal chorus. The crickets, usually a persistent hum, were absent, replaced by an eerie quietude that prickled at the edges of John's sanity. Only the whisper of the wind through the pines punctuated the silence, a sound that now felt menacing, like the hushed breath of something unseen. This silence, this profound absence of the forest's usual soundscape, was far more terrifying than any roar or howl could have been. It was the silence of anticipation, the quiet before the storm, the hush before a scream. It was a silence that pressed in on him, heavy and suffocating, a palpable presence that amplified the already heightened awareness of his vulnerability. He tried to rationalize it, to convince himself that this unusual quiet was simply a natural anomaly, a temporary lull in the forest's symphony. But the rationalizations felt weak, flimsy things against the overwhelming sense of dread that tightened its grip on his heart. The footprints, still etched into the soft earth around his campsite, refused to be dismissed. They remained a stark, physical manifestation of the unseen threat, a silent challenge to his sanity. He tried to picture a bear, a large nocturnal predator, but the symmetry of the prints, the deliberate spacing, defied any such explanation. They weren't the haphazard tracks of a creature simply passing through, they were deliberate. A chilling thought snaked through his mind, they were a message. He tried to build a larger fire, hoping the crackling flames would provide not only warmth but also a psychological shield, a barrier against the encroaching darkness and the ever-present feeling of being watched. But the flames, even when roaring high, seemed inadequate, casting long, flickering shadows that twisted and writhed like grotesque figures on the canvas of the surrounding trees. The shadows themselves seemed alive, shifting and changing, morphing into monstrous shapes that danced at the edge of his vision, playing tricks on his already frayed nerves. The night was a relentless assault on his senses. He couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the unnerving sensation that unseen eyes were boring into him from the darkness surrounding his small, vulnerable campsite. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Sleep offered no escape. His dreams, if they could be called dreams, were a twisted reflection of his waking fears. He found himself trapped in a labyrinthine forest, the unsettling footprints leading him deeper into an endless, shadowy maze. Monstrous shapes lurked in the periphery of his vision, their forms shifting and indistinct, hinting at a horror too terrible to be fully realized. He felt a constant, chilling pressure, the sensation of unseen eyes boring into his very soul. He would wake with a jolt, heart hammering against his ribs, his skin clammy with a cold sweat, the remnants of the nightmare clinging to him like the damp earth of the forest floor. The dawn arrived, offering little solace. The footprints remained, mocking him with their silent testimony. The sun, rising above the horizon, cast long, stark shadows that deepened the already ominous atmosphere. The silence of the forest, however, still persisted, an unnatural stillness that amplified the growing sense of unease within him. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting. John felt like a hunted animal, his every sense on high alert, his every move measured and cautious. He tried to eat, to replenish his strength, but his appetite had vanished. The food felt like ash in his mouth, devoid of flavor, unable to satisfy his growing hunger, a hunger that went beyond the mere physical need for nourishment. He needed to leave, he knew this instinctively, but an almost irresistible curiosity, a morbid fascination, held him captive. He felt drawn to the mystery, to the source of this nameless terror, a dangerous compulsion that warred with the primal instinct for self-preservation. The forest whispered to him, a sibilant murmur carried on the wind, a language he felt instinctively understood, but was too afraid to translate. The trees, once majestic and beautiful, now seemed sinister, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, their shadows twisting into grotesque parodies of life. The air itself seemed thick with a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of wrongness that permeated his very being. He was utterly alone, isolated in the heart of a wilderness that had suddenly become profoundly hostile, a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare had blurred, where the rustling leaves carried secrets he was desperate to ignore. The silence, once a source of tranquility, had become his tormentor, a constant reminder of the unseen presence that lurked just beyond his perception, a silent menace that threatened to swallow him whole. The silence of the forest was no longer the sound of nature, it was the sound of fear. The oppressive silence was a harbinger, the prelude to something far more terrifying. The unsettling feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a feeling anymore, it had become a tangible presence, a weight pressing down on his chest, stealing the breath from his lungs. He scanned the perimeter of his campsite, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow, searching for the source of his unease. The firelight danced and flickered, painting the trees in shifting patterns of light and dark, making the forest seem to breathe around him. Then he saw it. A broken branch, snapped cleanly in two, lay across the path leading away from his campsite. It wasn't a natural break, the fracture was too precise, too clean. It looked deliberate. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence. He approached cautiously, his senses on high alert, his every step measured and slow. The broken branch wasn't an isolated incident. As he ventured further into the woods, he discovered more signs of disturbance. The undergrowth was trampled, flattened in a pattern that suggested something large had passed through, something heavier than any animal he could readily identify. The vegetation was pushed aside, not merely broken, but systematically moved, as if an unseen hand had cleared a path. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and unfamiliar, a faint metallic tang that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. The footprints, the broken branch, the disturbed undergrowth, all pointed to a presence he couldn't see, a force that was both unseen and undeniably real. His rational mind struggled to reconcile the evidence with the absence of any visible creature. Was it a bear? A wolf? Something else? The more he looked, the more unnerving the mystery became, the more terrifying the implications. The forest, once a refuge, had become a labyrinth of fear, its familiar pathways twisted into menacing corridors. He followed the path of destruction, his heart a frantic bird trapped in his ribcage. The deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt, the stronger the sense of being watched. The silence of the forest was no longer just an absence of sound, it was a suffocating presence, a heavy blanket that weighed down his spirits. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwined like skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp him, their shadows stretching and elongating, morphing into grotesque figures that danced at the edge of his vision. He tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation, to dismiss his growing fear as a product of exhaustion and isolation. But the evidence was undeniable, the feeling too pervasive to ignore. He was not alone. Something, or someone, was out there, watching him, manipulating the forest, leaving these unsettling signs of its presence. He found himself battling not only the wilderness but also the insidious whispers of doubt that crept into his mind. Was he losing his sanity? Was this an elaborate trick of his overactive imagination, fueled by fear and lack of sleep? The line between reality and hallucination blurred. The forest itself seemed to conspire against him, playing tricks on his senses, twisting the familiar into the monstrous. The sun, already low in the sky, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches whispering secrets he couldn't understand, their leaves rustling like the whispers of unseen things. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him, his senses on edge, his nerves stretched taut. The silence, broken only by the wind and his own frantic heartbeat, became a chilling accomplice to his fear. He considered retreating, returning to the relative safety of his campsite, but a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, held him captive. He was drawn deeper into the mystery, a dangerous compulsion warring with the instinct for self-preservation. His journey had turned into a terrifying investigation, a descent into the heart of the unknown, a quest for answers that might prove far more terrifying than the silence itself. The deepening twilight amplified this sense of isolation. The world outside the forest seemed distant, unreachable, a fading memory. He was completely alone, cut off from civilization, immersed in a wilderness that had become a malevolent entity, a living nightmare. The creeping dread, a cold serpent coiling around his heart, tightened its grip. His breath came in ragged gasps, his muscles tense, his senses strained to their limit. He stumbled upon a clearing, the ground littered with more broken branches and disturbed earth. In the center of the clearing stood a single, ancient oak, its branches gnarled and twisted, reaching towards the sky like clawing hands. The bark was etched with strange symbols, markings that seemed both ancient and unsettlingly familiar, as if his subconscious recognized them from some forgotten nightmare. A chill ran down his spine. These weren't just random disturbances, they were deliberate, calculated, as if someone, or something, had been meticulously preparing for his arrival. The forest wasn't just hostile, it was actively hunting him. As darkness fully enveloped him, the forest came alive with a symphony of unsettling sounds. The wind whispered through the trees, its murmur morphing into sibilant whispers that seemed to speak his name, his fears. The rustling leaves carried secrets he felt instinctively understood yet desperately wanted to ignore. The shadows stretched and twisted, taking on monstrous forms, the creatures of his nightmares made real. He could feel the eyes upon him, unseen yet palpable, boring into him from every direction. He was not just lost in the woods, he was trapped in a cosmic game of cat and mouse, the hunter unseen, the prey completely alone and desperately vulnerable. The wilderness, once a place of solace and escape, had transformed into a suffocating cage, its walls made of fear and uncertainty. His rational mind screamed for escape, for an explanation, but his instinct screamed only one thing: run. His journey had started with a simple camping trip, a brief escape from the pressures of modern life. Now, he found himself fighting for survival against a force beyond his comprehension, a power that seemed to tap into his deepest, most primal fears. His isolation had amplified his fear, blurring the lines between reality and hallucination, between what was truly there and what his tormented mind had conjured. The silence of the forest, once a source of tranquility, had become a constant torment, a grim reminder of his utter helplessness. His fight for survival was no longer against the elements or a tangible threat. It was against the encroaching darkness, the unknown, the overwhelming sense of isolation, and the terrifying possibility that he might be losing his mind. The forest, once a familiar friend, had become a deadly enemy, a place where the whispers of the pines carried secrets best left undisturbed, a place where sanity itself was a fragile thing, easily broken. The whispers in the pines were becoming screams. The nightmare had only just begun. The unsettling certainty of being watched solidified into a chilling conviction. It was no longer a peripheral unease, but a palpable presence, a cold breath on his neck, a shadow clinging to the periphery of his vision. He spun around, his flashlight beam cutting through the deepening twilight, desperate to pierce the veil of darkness that seemed to press in on him. Nothing. Only the swaying silhouettes of pines, their branches whispering secrets in the rustling leaves. Yet, the feeling remained, a chilling certainty that he was not alone in the suffocating embrace of the night. He pressed on, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs, a counterpoint to the ominous silence of the forest. The path, or what remained of it, was a treacherous tangle of broken branches and disturbed undergrowth. The metallic tang in the air grew stronger, a sharp, coppery scent that clung to the back of his throat, acrid and unsettling. He found himself battling not only the encroaching darkness but also the insidious whispers of doubt that clawed at his sanity. Was he imagining things? Was this monstrous reality a figment of his exhausted, overwrought mind? Then, a movement. A fleeting glimpse, a shadow shifting just beyond the edge of his vision. He froze, his breath catching in his throat, his whole body tensing as he strained to see through the obscuring darkness. A flicker of movement, a silhouette detaching itself from the mass of trees, a fleeting suggestion of something tall and gaunt, moving with unnerving speed and purpose. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the dense undergrowth, leaving behind only the oppressive silence and the lingering scent of fear. Driven by a desperate need to understand, a morbid curiosity that warred with his primal instinct for self-preservation, he pursued the shadow. His rational mind screamed at him to retreat, to seek the relative safety of his campsite, but the lure of the unknown, the desperate need for answers, proved too strong. He plunged deeper into the heart of the forest, each step a gamble, each rustle of leaves a potential harbinger of doom. The darkness closed in, swallowing him whole, transforming the familiar woods into a nightmarish labyrinth of shadows and whispers. The deeper he ventured, the more intense the feeling of being watched became. It wasn't just a visual sensation, it was a visceral awareness, a primal instinct screaming of impending danger. He felt exposed, vulnerable, his senses strained to their limit, his every nerve ending screaming with a sense of foreboding. The forest floor, once a relatively safe path, transformed into a treacherous obstacle course. Roots and fallen branches tripped him up, the undergrowth snagging at his clothes. Each stumble further intensified his sense of vulnerability. His flashlight cast a weak, trembling circle of light, doing little to penetrate the inky blackness that surrounded him. The metallic tang in the air intensified, sharp and overwhelming. The scent of blood, faint and distant, twisted through the air, adding a layer of sheer terror to his already desperate situation. As he moved further from his campsite, the sense of familiarity diminished until he felt completely lost, hopelessly adrift in an oppressive darkness that mocked his efforts to orient himself. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching out from the darkness. The rustling of their leaves became a cacophony of whispers, sibilant and unnerving, carrying secrets he didn't want to know. His flashlight beam danced across gnarled trunks and twisted branches, turning familiar shapes into monstrous caricatures. Every shadow played tricks on his eyes, every snap of a twig sent a fresh wave of panic through him. He pressed on, his determination fueled by a desperate need to unravel the mystery, to understand the source of the terror that haunted him. His pursuit of the shadowy figure, however, seemed to only intensify its presence. The unseen entity seemed to be playing a cruel game, retreating just beyond his grasp, luring him deeper into the heart of the wilderness, testing his limits, playing with his fear. The night sky, devoid of the moon's light, pressed down on him like a suffocating weight. The stars, distant and cold, offered no comfort, no solace. He was completely alone, utterly vulnerable, a speck of humanity lost in an ocean of darkness. The forest had become a sentient entity, a malicious predator, toying with its prey. He stumbled, catching himself on a low-hanging branch, the rough bark scraping against his skin. He gasped for air, his lungs burning, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs. He rested for a moment, his eyes scanning the shadows, his ears straining for any sound, any indication of the creature's presence. The silence, however, was even more unsettling than any sound could have been, heavy and oppressive, a suffocating blanket that weighed down his spirit. The shadowy figure remained elusive, a phantom dancing at the edge of his perception. Yet, its presence grew stronger, more tangible, its influence becoming more pronounced. He felt its gaze, cold and unwavering, boring into his back, into his very soul. He could feel it near, taunting him, mocking his futile attempts to find it. The forest itself seemed to conspire against him, its whispers and rustling leaves carrying the message, "You cannot escape." His desperation grew with each passing moment, fueled by his relentless pursuit of the unseen entity. He pushed himself further, deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the wilderness. But the deeper he went, the more trapped he felt, the more the power of the unknown seemed to grow. The very air seemed thick with its power, constricting his breath, suffocating him. He was not merely lost, he was hunted, and his hunter was masterfully adept at turning the wilderness against him. Exhaustion gnawed at him, yet the primal fear that had gripped him pushed him on. The fear was not just for his life, but for his sanity. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the forest morphing into a grotesque reflection of his inner turmoil. The trees twisted into monstrous shapes, their shadows stretching and elongating, forming grotesque figures that danced at the edge of his vision. His own breath, his own heartbeat, seemed to amplify the oppressive silence, feeding the growing sense of isolation and terror. The hunt continued, a terrifying game of cat and mouse played in the heart of a hostile wilderness. The shadowy figure remained just beyond his grasp, a constant reminder of his helplessness. He was losing the fight against the encroaching darkness, against the fear that had seized his mind and spirit, and against the cruel game of the unseen hunter. The forest, once a refuge, a place of peace and tranquility, had transformed into a living nightmare, a realm of shadows and whispers, where the line between reality and hallucination blurred, and survival felt like a distant, unreachable dream. The whispers in the pines had become a deafening roar, a symphony of terror that threatened to consume him entirely. The end, he feared, was near. The air grew thick, heavy with the metallic tang of blood, now unmistakable, overwhelming. His flashlight beam, weak and trembling, caught on something glinting in the undergrowth, a shard of bone, bleached white by the relentless rain and decay. A wave of nausea washed over him, the sight confirming the horror he had sensed but refused to acknowledge. He wasn't just lost, he was hunting a predator, and he'd stumbled upon its kill. He pressed onward, driven by a macabre curiosity and the desperate need to escape the growing certainty of his own demise. The whispers intensified, morphing into guttural growls that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath his feet. The shadows, once merely suggestive, now writhed with an almost sentient malice, twisting and shifting like living things. He felt a cold dread crawl up his spine, the kind of primal fear that seeped into his bones and threatened to paralyze him. Then, he saw it. It wasn't the gaunt silhouette he'd glimpsed earlier. This was different. Larger, somehow. It stood at the edge of the clearing, partially obscured by the dense undergrowth, its form only vaguely discernible in the faint light of his flashlight. But even from this distance, the sheer size of it was enough to steal his breath. It was impossibly tall, its outline vaguely humanoid yet grotesquely distorted, its limbs elongated and unnatural. Its movements were fluid yet somehow jerky, unsettlingly precise. Fear, raw and visceral, consumed him. His legs felt like lead, his heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He wanted to run, to flee, but his body refused to obey. He was rooted to the spot, his eyes locked on the monstrous figure, his mind screaming in silent terror. The creature turned its head, and for a horrifying moment, their eyes met. The creature's eyes were not eyes at all, they were dark, glowing pits, devoid of any humanity, filled with an ancient, chilling malevolence. A low growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that resonated deep within his chest, a vibration that seemed to shake his very soul. He broke free from the paralysis, his survival instinct kicking in with brutal efficiency. He didn't wait to see more. He spun around and fled, his flashlight beam cutting a frantic path through the undergrowth. He stumbled, fell, scrambled to his feet, the thorns tearing at his clothing, the branches whipping at his face. The creature's pursuit was immediate, relentless. He could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind him, its movements disturbingly swift and silent, its presence a terrifying shadow that clung to his heels. He ran blindly, his mind a whirlwind of terror and desperation. His wilderness survival skills, honed over years of practice, kicked in, guiding his actions with cold precision. He moved with an instinctual grace, utilizing the terrain to his advantage, weaving through trees and over fallen logs, his breath ragged, his body screaming in protest. He had to get away, to escape the clutches of this nightmarish creature before it was too late. He remembered a small, rocky outcrop he'd passed earlier, a natural barrier that might offer temporary respite from his relentless pursuer. He pushed himself harder, his muscles burning, his lungs aching, his body on the verge of collapse. He reached the outcrop, scrambling up the rocky face, his fingers scraping against the rough stone, his body battered and bruised. He pulled himself to the top, collapsing in exhaustion, his chest heaving, his heart hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He looked back, his flashlight beam searching the darkness below. For a moment, he saw it, a fleeting glimpse of the creature's monstrous form silhouetted against the faint moonlight filtering through the trees. It paused, its monstrous silhouette motionless before disappearing back into the gloom. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the creature's pursuit. He remained on the outcrop for what felt like hours, his senses strained, his body trembling with exhaustion and terror. He didn't dare move, didn't dare make a sound. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent icy bolts of fear through his body. The forest, once a place of peace and solitude, had become a monstrous entity, its shadows imbued with a malevolence he had never imagined possible. Eventually, when the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, he slowly and cautiously made his way back to his campsite, moving like a wraith, his every sense hyper-alert. He reached his tent, his hands shaking as he fumbled with the zipper. He collapsed inside, his body racked with exhaustion, his mind reeling from the night's horrors. The experience left an indelible mark on him. He escaped physically, but his spirit remained broken. The chilling encounter had shattered his sense of safety and security, leaving him with a profound sense of unease and uncertainty. The world he had once known was no longer the same. The woods, once a place of solace, now held a dark, sinister presence. He questioned his sanity, his perception of reality warped by the terrifying things he had seen. His experiences were not only physical trauma but a psychological assault that left him forever altered. The whispers in the pines, once a soothing lullaby, now echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the lurking horror that threatened to consume him once more. He never fully recovered from the trauma. The memory of the creature, its eyes, its guttural growls, haunted him relentlessly. His once calm nights were filled with terrifying visions. The comforting tranquility of nature he'd once enjoyed was gone, replaced by an unshakable fear, a haunting premonition of the darkness he had glimpsed. The forest, once his sanctuary, had become a place of unspeakable dread, a chilling testament to the horrors lurking just beyond the campfire's glow. He lived with the knowledge, the cold, hard reality of how close he had come to oblivion. The world, he knew, was no longer as it had seemed. There were terrors in the wilderness, inhuman and monstrous, and those whispers in the pines. They were not merely the rustling of leaves, but the chilling premonitions of the unknown. The escape had brought him physical safety, but the psychological toll of the night would continue to shape the remainder of his life. Chapter 4: The Abandoned Cabin. The wind, a mournful sigh through the skeletal branches of pines, whipped at their coats as Alara and Liam crested the ridge. Below them, nestled in a valley draped in an almost unnatural stillness, sat the cabin. It was a sorry sight, a weathered husk of wood and crumbling stone, half hidden by encroaching vines and the relentless march of time. Its windows, dark and empty, were like vacant eyes staring out at the unforgiving landscape. A sense of profound solitude hung in the air, heavy and palpable, pressing down on them like a physical weight. Liam, ever the pragmatist, shifted uneasily. "Are you sure about this, Alara? It looks unsettling." Alara, her breath misting in the frigid air, gripped her backpack straps tighter. "It's just a cabin, Liam. Abandoned, maybe. But it offers shelter from the storm that's brewing." The sky, a bruised purple and angry gray, was a menacing testament to her words. The wind howled a keening lament, promising a night of relentless fury. Despite his reservations, the thought of spending the night exposed to the elements on this unforgiving mountain was less appealing. He nodded slowly. "Fine. But we're not staying long. Just long enough to get out of the weather, then we move on." The approach was slow, deliberate. Each crunch of leaves underfoot seemed amplified in the unnerving quiet, a stark contrast to the wind's furious roar just beyond the trees. The cabin's silence was different, an oppressive stillness that pressed on their ears, a blanket of uneasy quietude. The paint, long peeled and flaking, revealed layers of faded colors, hinting at a history both vibrant and long gone. The door hung precariously on one hinge, a skeletal invitation into the unknown. Alara pushed it open with a groan of protesting wood. The interior was darker than they expected, the gloom only partially relieved by the faint light filtering through the grimy windows. A musty smell, a mix of damp earth and decaying wood, filled the air, thick and cloying. Dust motes danced in the weak light, each seeming to shimmer with a malevolent energy. "This place gives me the creeps," Liam muttered, his hand instinctively reaching for the pocket knife strapped to his belt. Elara, however, felt a pull, a morbid curiosity that defied her better judgment. There was something about the cabin, a strange energy, an almost palpable sense of history, that captivated her. She moved cautiously, her boots crunching on the uneven floorboards. The main room was sparsely furnished, or rather, what was left of the furnishings. A crumbling fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth choked with ash and the ghosts of forgotten fires. A single, warped wooden chair sat slumped against the wall, its legs broken, as if overcome by years of neglect. Against the opposite wall stood a rickety table, its surface scarred and stained, upon which lay a leather-bound journal. Liam, ever watchful, scanned the room, his gaze lingering on the shadows that seemed to deepen and shift in the periphery of his vision. "This is getting weirder by the second," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the wind's howling. Elara picked up the journal. Its cover was cracked and faded, the leather brittle to the touch. She carefully opened it, revealing pages filled with elegant, spidery handwriting. The script was in a language neither of them recognized, but the drawings that accompanied the text were disturbingly familiar. They depicted scenes of unimaginable horror, grotesque figures, twisted landscapes, and symbols that seemed to pulsate with an unsettling energy. As she turned the pages, the air grew colder, a palpable chill that had nothing to do with the storm outside. A feeling of being watched descended upon them, heavy and suffocating. Liam swore he heard a faint scratching sound coming from the walls, a whisper of movement in the oppressive silence. They found another journal, this one smaller, hidden beneath a loose floorboard. This journal was written in English, but the entries were fragmented, seemingly random thoughts and observations. They chronicled a descent into madness, a growing paranoia, a fear of the unseen and the unheard. The writer's observations grew increasingly erratic, laced with a growing dread that seemed to emanate from the pages themselves. One entry caught Alara's attention. It described a sense of being watched, of a presence in the cabin, malevolent and unseen. The writer spoke of whispers in the wind, of shadows that shifted and writhed in the periphery of their vision. The words spoke of a growing sense of isolation and dread, of a deep unease that settled into the bones. Another entry detailed a series of disturbing dreams, visions of grotesque creatures lurking in the shadows, their eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. The writer described these dreams as intensely real, blurring the line between reality and nightmare, a state of psychological distress that worsened with each passing day. They found more journals, scattered throughout the cabin, each adding to the growing sense of dread and unease. The writings documented a slow, insidious descent into madness, a gradual unraveling of the writer's sanity, influenced by the cabin itself. The place seemed to possess a dark, sinister energy, a malevolence that seeped from the very walls and floorboards. The longer they read, the more certain they became that something was profoundly wrong with this place. The storm intensified, the wind rattling the cabin's frame, mimicking the scratching sounds they had heard earlier. Liam was unnerved by the atmosphere, feeling a growing unease that settled deep into his gut. The cabin's isolation, combined with the disturbing journals, created a potent cocktail of fear. The once simple decision to seek shelter from the elements had morphed into something far more ominous, far more dangerous. The cabin, initially perceived as a refuge, had now become a living entity, its walls whispering secrets of madness and despair, the journals themselves a chilling chronicle of its influence. As darkness descended, the cabin seemed to shrink around them. The shadows deepened, moving and shifting with an almost sentient malice, and they were acutely aware of their vulnerability. The howling wind pressed against the fragile structure, and the feeling of isolation intensified, turning the once simple quest for shelter into a night of escalating terror. The stories contained within those journals were no longer just words on a page. They had become a terrifying reality playing out around them. The isolation of the mountain, the decaying cabin, the disturbing journals, all these elements converged to create a night of terror neither of them could have anticipated. Outside, the storm raged on, but the real storm was brewing within the walls of the abandoned cabin. The longer they stayed, the more convinced they became that they weren't alone, that something, or someone, was watching them from the shadows. The wind's howl seemed to mimic the guttural whispers they could now almost hear, the scratching sounds now louder, clearer. The silence was only a thin veil over a deeper, more sinister presence. The cabin was not just a shelter, it was a trap. And they were caught in its embrace. Escape no longer seemed merely difficult, but impossibly so. The wilderness had become their enemy, the storm their executioner, and the abandoned cabin, well, the cabin was something else entirely. Something far more malevolent. The leather-bound journal, its pages brittle with age, yielded more than just words. It offered a glimpse into a nightmare unfolding. The script, initially indecipherable, gradually revealed itself through painstaking comparison with other fragmented texts found within the cabin. It was a language long dead, its vocabulary steeped in archaic symbolism, yet the accompanying illustrations needed no translation. They were visceral, horrifying depictions of grotesque figures contorted in impossible angles, their limbs elongated and twisted, their eyes burning with a malevolent light. The landscapes depicted were equally disturbing, twisted parodies of nature, mountains that clawed at the sky and trees that writhed like tormented beings. The symbols, recurring throughout the journals, pulsed with a silent, chilling energy, seeming to writhe and shift in the weak light filtering through the grimy windows. Each drawing seemed to seep into Alara's mind, leaving a lingering unease, a creeping dread that clung to her like the musty air of the cabin. Liam, ever the skeptic, watched her with a mixture of concern and apprehension. He'd seen enough to understand that this was no ordinary abandoned cabin. The unsettling atmosphere, the growing sense of being watched, and now these disturbing illustrations were all converging into a chilling reality. He picked up a smaller, worn journal lying nearby, its pages filled with a familiar script, English, though the writing was erratic, fractured, and filled with an unsettling sense of urgency. This journal belonged to a man named Silas, its entries documenting a gradual descent into madness. His initial entries chronicled a peaceful retreat into the wilderness, a desperate attempt to escape the pressures of city life. But as the days turned into weeks, his tone shifted, becoming increasingly paranoid and agitated. He spoke of unsettling sounds, whispers in the wind that seemed to carry his name, and shadows that moved in the periphery of his vision, even in broad daylight. He detailed terrifying dreams that bled into his waking hours, grotesque visions of the creatures depicted in the older journals. He described them as impossibly strong, their forms shifting and distorting in a way that defied natural laws. His observations grew increasingly erratic, his sense of reality twisting and warping with each passing entry. He wrote of a growing sense of being watched, of an unseen entity that permeated the very fabric of the cabin, feeding on his fear. He described the feeling as a physical presence, a weight on his chest, a cold dread that settled deep into his bones. He spoke of attempts to escape, of his struggles against an unseen force that held him captive, not through physical chains, but through a pervasive sense of terror and despair. His entries ended abruptly, mid-sentence, a testament to the overwhelming horror that had consumed him. The last few pages were filled with frantic scribbles, incomprehensible ramblings laced with pleas for help, desperate cries that seemed to echo the wind's mournful howl outside. The final entry consisted of a single, chilling sentence, "It wants what I have, inside." The words hung heavy in the air, unanswered and unaddressed, leaving Liam and Alara to contemplate their own predicament. The cabin's isolation, once a temporary inconvenience, now felt like a cage. As they delved deeper into Silas's journal, the atmosphere in the cabin intensified, growing heavier, more oppressive. The shadows seemed to writhe and deepen, the silence punctuated only by the relentless battering of the wind against the walls. Liam swore he heard a scratching sound again, this time closer, as if something were moving within the walls themselves. Elara, her fingers tracing the spidery script of the older journals, felt a chilling presence drawing nearer, a malevolent entity seemingly aware of their intrusion. Another journal, tucked away in a crevice beneath a loose floorboard, revealed further chilling details. This journal, also written in English, detailed encounters with previous victims of the cabin's malevolence. It chronicled the experiences of a family who sought refuge from a blizzard decades ago, their story ending abruptly, their fate left to the reader's imagination. The entries were short, fragmented, filled with cries of terror and despair, detailing their struggle for survival against an unseen assailant that fed on their fear. The final entry described a horrifying scene, a blood-curdling scream cut short mid-sentence. The journals weren't just chronicles of survival, they were warnings. They painted a vivid picture of a malevolent presence, a sinister entity that dwelled within the cabin's walls, feeding on the fear and despair of its victims. Each journal added to the growing sense of dread, confirming their worst fears. They were not merely seeking shelter from the storm, they were trapped in a haunted house, its walls steeped in history and malice. The storm raging outside was merely a backdrop to the storm brewing within, a tempest of fear and despair that threatened to consume them completely. Elara felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, a feeling of being watched intensified to a point of physical discomfort. The silence between the journal entries seemed to be alive, throbbing with a malevolent energy. Liam, his face pale with apprehension, stood rigidly, his hand still on his pocket knife. The storm outside had intensified, mirroring the growing dread in the cabin's atmosphere. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows and doors, mimicking the scratching sounds that seemed to come from deep within the cabin's structure. The air grew colder, even colder than the wind outside, a chill that settled into their bones, making their teeth chatter. The darkness pressed in on them, enveloping them in a suffocating blanket of fear. They were alone, utterly alone, in the heart of a wilderness that seemed intent on swallowing them whole. The light from outside flickered, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. The shadows stretched, writhed, and contorted, forming grotesque shapes that mirrored the illustrations in the journals. The feeling of being watched intensified, the sensation of unseen eyes boring into their backs. The cabin's silence was punctuated only by the howling wind and the unsettling scratching, a symphony of terror weaving a chilling narrative. The journals, initially a morbid curiosity, had become a living testament to their own vulnerability, a dark mirror reflecting their impending doom. The storm outside raged relentlessly, and in response, the cabin seemed to groan, shuddering under its weight. But the real terror wasn't the weather, it was the palpable sense of malice emanating from the very foundations of the building, from the walls that seemed to pulse with a dark, ancient energy. They were trapped, not just by the storm, but by the malevolent entity that now felt profoundly close. The cabin, originally a sanctuary against the elements, had become a cage, a prison of fear and despair. The once simple act of seeking shelter from the storm had transformed into a desperate fight for survival, a battle against a foe that was both unseen and utterly terrifying. The isolation of the mountain, the chilling stories, and the malevolent presence were all combining to create a nightmare far more terrifying than either could have imagined. The night was young, and their terror had only just begun. The flickering lamplight cast long, distorted shadows across the cabin's decaying floorboards, highlighting the disturbing details we had initially overlooked. Liam, his face etched with growing unease, pointed to a series of strange symbols carved deeply into one of the supporting beams. They weren't random scratches, they were deliberate, precise, and eerily reminiscent of the illustrations in the ancient journal. The symbols were intricate, almost alien in their complexity, each stroke imbued with a chilling precision that suggested a ritualistic purpose. A cold dread, colder even than the biting mountain wind, settled deep within Alara's chest. She felt a prickling sensation on her skin, a heightened awareness of every creak and groan of the cabin, every rustle of the wind outside. Scattered across the dirt floor were remnants of past occupants, a child's worn wooden toy, half buried in the dust, a tarnished silver locket, its inscription worn away by time, and fragments of clothing, tattered and stained. These weren't mere possessions, they were echoes of lives brutally interrupted, poignant reminders of the tragedies that had played out within these decaying walls. The air hung heavy with the scent of decay and something else, something subtly acrid, something that hinted at violence and death. Liam, his hand instinctively reaching for his knife, traced the outline of a dark stain on the floorboards near the fireplace. It was large, irregular, and stubbornly resisted attempts to decipher its nature. The faint scent of old blood clung to the air around it, a silent testament to past suffering. We moved towards the back of the cabin, the air growing colder, the shadows deeper. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the wood groaning under an unseen weight. We discovered a small, almost hidden room, its entrance concealed behind a loose panel. Inside, we found more journals, this time bound in rotting cloth, their pages yellowed and brittle with age. The script within was unfamiliar, a series of symbols that defied immediate understanding. However, the accompanying drawings were even more disturbing than those in the earlier journals. They depicted scenes of unimaginable horror, grotesque figures engaged in acts of ritualistic violence. The drawings were unsettlingly realistic, capturing the horror with an almost clinical detachment. Twisted, contorted figures, their bodies elongated and disproportionate, engaged in acts of unimaginable cruelty. Human forms, yet impossibly alien, their expressions devoid of any emotion other than a chilling emptiness. The scenes were filled with a grotesque sense of dread, the artist's hand revealing a masterful grasp of anatomy, yet with a chilling disregard for human suffering. Each image seemed to drain the color and vitality from the room, leaving behind only a vacuum of absolute horror. Among the journals, we found a collection of photographs, their edges frayed and torn, their images faded and blurred by time. The pictures depicted a family, a man, a woman, and 2 children, apparently enjoying a peaceful outing in the woods surrounding the cabin. Their faces were filled with genuine joy, an innocent happiness that made their fate all the more tragic. The contrast between their cheerful expressions and the chilling discoveries we had been making was deeply unnerving. It was as though the photographs served as a stark reminder of the innocents who had been consumed by the malice that permeated the cabin. The happiness in their eyes was a poignant testament to the horror that awaited them. We found another stain, this one smaller, almost hidden beneath a pile of decaying fabric. This time, the smell was overpowering, a sickeningly sweet odor that clung to the back of our throats. The stain was darker, richer, and the texture seemed strangely different from the others. It pulsed faintly under the lamplight, almost as though alive. A cold sweat beaded on Alara's forehead, her breathing shallow and rapid. The silence in the cabin was oppressive, broken only by the rhythmic pounding of our hearts. The shadows seemed to move independently, their shapes shifting and distorting, playing tricks on our vision. Further examination revealed that the symbols carved into the beams were not merely decorative, they seemed to be part of a larger pattern, a complex arrangement that covered the entire cabin. The pattern was repeated on the walls, on the floor, even on the furniture, suggesting a carefully designed and deliberate ritual. The depth of the carvings indicated that they had been there for a considerable period of time, suggesting a long and gruesome history. The symbols themselves seemed to throb faintly under the lamplight, pulsating with a sinister energy that sent shivers down our spines. The combination of the symbols, the stains, the scattered belongings, and the chilling drawings created an atmosphere of unimaginable dread. The cabin wasn't just an abandoned dwelling, it was a shrine, a testament to unspeakable horrors. The sense of being watched intensified, the feeling of unseen eyes boring into our backs becoming almost unbearable. Liam, his hand never leaving his pocket knife, moved to the window, peering out into the swirling darkness of the night. The wind howled like a tormented beast, mirroring the chaos within. We found more photographs. They showed the same family, but as time progressed, their happiness diminished, replaced by fear and desperation. The last photograph was almost too disturbing to look at. It showed the family huddled together, their faces etched with terror, their eyes wide with a primal fear that resonated deep within our souls. The photograph was taken in the dark, their faces barely visible, yet the agony in their eyes spoke volumes. The image was a stark reminder of their final moments, their screams seemingly echoing in the silence of the cabin. We were no longer just searching for shelter, we were delving into a dark history, a history steeped in violence and despair. The isolation of the cabin was no longer simply a geographical fact, it was a psychological weapon, amplifying the growing terror. The night seemed to press in on us, its darkness heavy and suffocating, its silence a symphony of unspoken horrors. Every shadow held a potential threat, every creak and groan of the old cabin held a promise of unspeakable terror. The storm outside raged, but it was the storm within these walls that truly threatened to consume us. We were trapped, not only in the decaying cabin, but also in the chilling narrative of its past, a narrative that foreshadowed a future of unimaginable horror. The night was far from over, and the terror was far from finished. The cabin held its secrets close, secrets it seemed determined to share only in death. The lamplight, already weak and flickering, began to sputter, casting the cabin in an even more unsettling gloom. For a moment, complete darkness swallowed us, the silence punctuated only by the frantic beating of our hearts. Then, as suddenly as it had vanished, the light returned, but with a strange, unnatural pulsation, its glow wavering like a dying breath. Elara gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Liam, his eyes wide with apprehension, slowly drew his knife. A whisper, barely audible above the howling wind, brushed against our ears. It was indistinct, a sibilant sound that seemed to slither from the shadows, carrying with it the chilling suggestion of malice. We spun around, our eyes darting from one dark corner to another, searching for the source of the sound, but finding nothing but the oppressive silence and the swirling darkness. The whisper repeated, this time closer, a breath of icy air on the back of our necks. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a spectral voice devoid of meaning, yet filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. The temperature in the cabin plummeted. A wave of unnatural cold washed over us, seeping into our bones and chilling us to the marrow. It was a cold that went beyond the normal chill of a mountain night. It was a cold that spoke of ancient evils, of forces beyond human comprehension. We huddled together for warmth, our bodies trembling, our minds struggling to comprehend the inexplicable phenomena unfolding around us. The shadows seemed to deepen, coalescing into monstrous shapes that writhed and twisted at the periphery of our vision. Objects appeared to move on their own. The dust motes in the lamplight danced with a frenetic energy, swirling and spiraling in patterns that seemed both chaotic and deliberate. The floorboards groaned beneath an unseen weight, as if something vast and ancient were stirring beneath the cabin's foundations. Every creak and groan was amplified in the sudden silence, echoing around us like the whispers of the dead. A chilling realization dawned on us. We were not alone. Whatever had inhabited this cabin before us, whatever had left behind those horrifying journals and photographs, was still present, lurking in the shadows, watching us, feeding on our fear. The psychological terror was palpable, it hung in the air, thick and suffocating, a malevolent presence that seemed to burrow into our minds. We tried to rationalize it, to find mundane explanations for the strange occurrences. The flickering lamplight could be faulty wiring, the whispers, merely the wind playing tricks on our ears, the cold, simply the draft from the gaps in the walls. But logic was powerless against the overwhelming sense of dread that gripped us. The phenomena were too frequent, too persistent, too disturbingly precise. Liam, his face pale and strained, moved towards the back room, his hand never leaving the hilt of his knife. Elara stayed behind, her eyes scanning the room, desperately seeking some explanation, some reassurance. The air grew heavy, charged with a malevolent energy that made the hair on our arms stand on end. We felt eyes on us. Not just the fleeting glance of a passerby, but a prolonged, chilling stare, a malevolent gaze that seemed to penetrate our very souls. The feeling was overpowering, a sensation of being watched by something ancient and inhuman, something that existed beyond our understanding of the world. The weight of the unknown pressed down on us, suffocating us with its sheer malevolence. In the back room, Liam let out a strangled cry, a sound of utter terror that echoed through the decaying cabin. Elara rushed to his side, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Liam pointed towards one of the journals, his face ashen, his eyes filled with a stark, primal fear. The book had opened itself, a page turning slowly, as if moved by an invisible hand. The page displayed a grotesque drawing, a figure that seemed to writhe and twist even as we watched, its eyes, if they could be called eyes, boring into us with an unnerving intensity. The figure in the drawing seemed to shift and change, its features morphing, its form blurring, its essence shifting from that of a drawn image into something more tangible, more real. A cold sweat broke out on Alara's forehead, her breathing becoming shallow and rapid. The air crackled with a strange, unnatural energy, and a low hum resonated through the cabin, vibrating in our bones and setting our teeth on edge. It was a sound that resonated from deep within the cabin structure, a testament to the ancient and malevolent entity that dwelled within. The feeling of being watched intensified, the sense of unseen eyes burning into our very beings becoming unbearable. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every creak and groan of the ancient structure was accompanied by a surge of chilling dread. The psychological terror was escalating, morphing into something much more primal, much more visceral. We fled the back room, stumbling towards the main cabin, our hearts pounding like frantic drummers. Liam, his senses seemingly overwhelmed by the entity's presence, tripped, falling heavily to the floor. Elara rushed to his aid, trying to help him regain his composure, but the oppressive presence continued to engulf us, smothering our courage, replacing it with an all-consuming fear. The entity's influence seemed to grow with our fear, its power intensifying with each moment of terror. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, the shadows danced with a malevolent energy, the cold tightened its icy grip around our bodies and minds. The air thrummed with a dark energy, a palpable manifestation of the entity's presence. We were no longer simply investigating an abandoned cabin. We were immersed in a battle of wills with a terrifying, otherworldly presence. And we were losing. The darkness within the cabin was no longer simply darkness, it was a tangible entity, alive and malevolent. The escape route seemed impossibly far. The horror was not just a sensation, but a force that was consuming us, body and soul. Our desperate battle for survival had reached a horrifying crescendo, the climax of a nightmare we hadn't even begun to comprehend. The night, and the entity's influence, were far from over. The cabin's secrets, and their terrible implications, were only beginning to be revealed. The floorboards groaned under Liam's weight as he fell, the sound echoing the sickening crunch of his knee against the rough-hewn wood. Elara scrambled to him, her hands shaking as she tried to pull him up. His eyes, wide and unfocused, were filled with a terror so profound it seemed to physically emanate from him, a palpable aura of dread that clung to the air like a shroud. He pointed a trembling finger towards the doorway, his lips moving, but no sound escaping. The only noise was the relentless whispering that now seemed to swarm around us, a chorus of unseen voices chanting in a language we couldn't comprehend, yet understood on a primal level. We had to get out. The thought pulsed in my mind, a desperate mantra against the growing tide of fear. But escape seemed impossible. The entity's presence was overwhelming, a crushing weight that pressed down on us, suffocating us, stealing our breath, our will, our very hope. Each step was a struggle, each breath a battle. The shadows, no longer just darkness but active, writhing things, seemed to reach out, to grasp at us, to pull us down into the abyss that yawned open within the cabin's decaying walls. Liam, with Alara's help, managed to stand, but he moved with the unsteady gait of a wounded animal. His breath came in ragged gasps, his body trembling uncontrollably. The whispers intensified, swirling around us like a malevolent vortex, pulling us closer to the unseen horror that dwelled within the cabin. The temperature dropped further, the cold now biting deep, seeping into our bones, chilling us to the very core of our being. It wasn't just cold, it was a malicious presence, a tangible manifestation of the entity's power. We stumbled towards the front door, our movements clumsy and frantic. Every creak of the floorboards, every groan of the aging structure, was amplified in the oppressive silence, each sound a hammer blow against our already shattered nerves. The lamplight, now flickering more wildly than ever, cast grotesque dancing shadows on the walls, exaggerating the already warped reality around us. The air vibrated with a low hum, a constant, unsettling drone that resonated in our bones, a physical manifestation of the entity's malice. As we neared the door, a new horror emerged. The doorknob, cold and slick with an unnatural moisture, refused to turn. We wrestled with it, our desperate efforts echoing in the oppressive silence, our strength failing against the unseen force that held the door fast. The entity was actively preventing our escape, trapping us within its domain. Panic threatened to overwhelm us, a chilling wave that threatened to drown our last vestiges of hope. Liam, his eyes wide with terror, began to claw at the doorframe, his fingernails scraping against the weathered wood, leaving bloody streaks. Elara cried out, her voice raw with fear and desperation. The whispers escalated into a cacophony of chilling sounds, a chorus of unseen voices that filled the cabin with an unbearable dread. The shadows danced more wildly, swirling and twisting into monstrous shapes that seemed to writhe and twist with a malevolent energy. Then, with a sudden, violent lurch, the door swung open, revealing a blinding white light that momentarily obscured our vision. We stumbled out into the night, the icy wind whipping around us, the biting cold a stark contrast to the oppressive heat that had permeated the cabin. We didn't hesitate, didn't look back, running blindly into the darkness, our only goal escape. The ground beneath our feet was uneven, littered with fallen branches and rocks. We stumbled, fell, and scrambled to our feet, the relentless pursuit of our unseen enemy fueling our desperate flight. The whispers followed us, fainter now, but still present, a chilling reminder of the horror we had escaped. The air itself seemed to crackle with the entity's lingering energy, a malevolent aftershock that trailed in our wake. The forest pressed in on us, the trees tall and shadowy, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through our bodies. We dared not look back, driven by a primal instinct for survival, a desperate fight against an unseen enemy. The night was an oppressive blanket, the moon hidden behind thick clouds, the darkness deep and absolute. Only the sounds of our ragged breathing and the pounding of our hearts broke the oppressive silence. We ran for what felt like an eternity, our lungs burning, our muscles screaming in protest. The cold bit deep, penetrating our thin clothing, and we were shivering, but we didn't dare stop. The fear of being overtaken by that entity propelled us forward, each step a desperate prayer for escape. We were fleeing not just a place, but a presence, a horror so profound, so utterly terrifying, it could not be understood, only experienced. Finally, as dawn began to break, painting the sky with muted grays and blues, we stumbled upon a dirt road. Exhausted, bruised, and trembling, we collapsed onto the side of the road, our bodies racked with exhaustion. We lay there for a long time, staring into the slowly brightening sky, the silence broken only by our ragged breathing. The relief was palpable, but it was quickly overshadowed by a profound sense of dread. We had escaped the cabin, but the experience, the insidious horror of that place, clung to us. The memories, the unsettling sounds, the overwhelming terror, all remained, a chilling reminder of the night we faced an unseen force, a malevolent entity that dwelled in the shadows of the abandoned cabin. We had escaped, but we felt forever changed, marked by the chilling encounter, forever bearing the scars of the night we wrestled with the unknown, the night we almost perished. The lingering questions haunted us. What was the entity? What was its purpose? What dark secrets did the cabin hold? The answers remained elusive, lost in the shadows of the wilderness, concealed within the depths of that abandoned cabin. We had survived, but the experience left us forever changed, scarred by the psychological terror we had endured. The escape was a victory, but a hollow one, tainted by the knowledge of the lurking evil, forever present in our minds, a constant reminder of the night we wrestled with death itself. The sun, rising over the horizon, offered a deceptive promise of warmth and security. But the chill of our experience ran far deeper than the icy breath of the mountain air. We were safe, or so we thought. The escape had been brutal, a desperate fight against an unseen enemy, but the fight, we suspected, was far from over. The wilderness held its secrets close, and we had only scratched the surface of the darkness that dwelled within the heart of the abandoned cabin. The lingering whispers in our memory, the cold clinging to our souls, testified to the fact that we may have escaped the cabin, but the horror had not escaped us. It lived on, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks within the heart of the wild. The lingering sense of dread became a part of us, a constant companion, a cold whisper in the back of our minds, a testament to the night we escaped the abandoned cabin, only to find that the horror had escaped with us. The wilderness kept its secrets close and the fear lived on, haunting us even in the warm light of day. The true horror was not what happened in the cabin, but the haunting it left in our hearts. Story 5: The Desert's Hunger. The sun beat down mercilessly, a relentless hammer against the cracked asphalt. The air shimmered with heat, distorting the already bleak landscape into a mirage of shifting sands and illusory oases. Our SUV, a once reliable steed, lay defeated, its engine silenced, a monument to our ill-conceived adventure. The desert, vast and indifferent, stretched before us, a seemingly endless expanse of ochre and burnt umber. We were stranded. The initial panic, the frantic calls for help that died unanswered in the vast emptiness, had given way to a grim acceptance. Three friends, bound by a shared thirst for adventure, now faced the stark reality of our isolation. Liam, the self-proclaimed leader, usually brimming with bravado, was now silent, his gaze fixed on the horizon, his face etched with a grim determination that masked the fear in his eyes. Elara, ever the optimist, her usual effervescence muted by the harsh reality of our situation, was now meticulously rationing our dwindling supplies. And me, burdened by a growing sense of dread, forced to confront the true horror of our predicament. Our initial optimism, fueled by the thrill of the off-road journey, now felt pathetically naive. We had underestimated the desert, its unforgiving nature, its capacity to crush hope and spirit. The maps we had consulted, assuring us of a straightforward route, proved woefully inadequate. The GPS signal had vanished hours ago, leaving us adrift in a sea of sand, reliant only on the fading light of the setting sun and the dwindling fuel in our nearly empty canisters. The heat was a tangible entity, a living thing that pressed down on us, draining our energy, sapping our strength. The air, thick and heavy, burned our lungs with each breath. Our throats were parched, our tongues swollen, the taste of dust and despair clinging to our mouths. The meager water bottles we had, barely enough for a single day's hydration for each of us, seemed to mock our desperate need. Liam, his face streaked with grime and sweat, attempted to repair the engine, his movements clumsy and futile. The heat warped the metal, making the simple tasks almost impossible. He cursed under his breath, the sounds lost in the vast, indifferent silence of the desert. Elara, in the meager shade of the vehicle, carefully divided the remaining crackers and energy bars, her face etched with a quiet determination that belied the despair I knew she must feel. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple. The beauty, normally captivating, felt mocking in our desperate situation. The darkness that descended was not merely the absence of light, but a physical presence, a heavy blanket that suffocated us. The night brought a different kind of terror. The silence, broken only by the occasional sigh of the desert wind, was oppressive, unnerving. The darkness, alive with shadows that danced and writhed in the flickering light of our small lantern, seemed to press in on us, suffocating us with its chilling vastness. Every rustle of sand, every snap of a twig, sent jolts of fear through our bodies. We were prey, vulnerable and exposed, at the mercy of the desert's silent hunger. Sleep offered little respite. The heat continued its relentless assault even in the darkness, and the constant fear of dehydration kept us awake, restless and anxious. Each shallow breath was a reminder of our dwindling supplies, the air growing hotter and drier with each passing hour. The night stretched on, an eternity of stark fear and gnawing anxiety, each moment a struggle for survival. As dawn approached, a faint glimmer of hope appeared in the form of distant mountains, silhouetted against the lightening sky. A flicker of hope ignited in us, a spark of determination in the face of despair. We still had each other, and that small shred of hope was enough to propel us forward. But the desert didn't yield its secrets easily. The seemingly endless landscape, beautiful by day, became a menacing maze of shifting sand and hidden dangers by night. The scorching heat was replaced by a bone-chilling cold that penetrated to our very core. The wind whispered stories of lost souls and forgotten journeys, each gust a chilling reminder of the brutal power of the unforgiving landscape. We had little food, our water was scarce, and the sun beat down on us without mercy, a cruel reminder of our vulnerability in this desolate wasteland. The landscape was both beautiful and terrifying, a mesmerizing tapestry of color by day and a horrifying abyss of darkness by night. It seemed to laugh at our attempts at survival, its endless expanse a mocking display of our insignificance. Each step was a struggle, each breath a battle against the stifling heat and the overwhelming despair. The sand, fine and abrasive, worked its way into every crevice of our clothes, our skin, stinging our eyes and irritating our lungs. The horizon, a distant promise of rescue, seemed to retreat with each futile step. Hunger gnawed at our stomachs, but the pangs were overshadowed by the more urgent thirst. Our tongues felt thick and swollen, and our throats burned with every swallowed breath. The desert was draining us, stealing our strength, our will, our very hope. Even Elara, the ever-optimistic, had been subdued, her face etched with a grim determination that hid a deep well of fear. Liam, his usually strong face was pale with exhaustion, his body showing the strain of the merciless sun and our unrelenting struggle. The weight of our situation pressed on us all, a suffocating blanket that threatened to stifle our spirit. But somewhere within us, amidst the growing despair, there remained a spark of resilience, a refusal to yield to the desert's crushing power. We continued to walk, driven by a primal instinct for survival, the distant promise of rescue our only guide. The desert's vastness amplified our vulnerability, making our struggle all the more palpable and desperate. It was a cruel, mocking landscape, indifferent to our plight, but our determination remained, fueled by a stubborn refusal to surrender, a shared commitment to one another, and a deep, desperate hope that we would somehow survive. The desert's hunger was palpable, but so was our will to endure, our refusal to succumb to the overwhelming despair of our predicament. We were adrift, lost in the heart of an indifferent wilderness, but within our hearts, a flickering ember of hope still burned, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable adversity. Our escape from the desert would be a long, hard battle against the elements and our own internal demons. But we would fight on. We had to. The sun, a malevolent eye in the bleached sky, continued its relentless assault. Each passing hour chipped away at our already dwindling reserves, both physical and emotional. The meager rations, meticulously portioned by Alara, felt like an insult to our ravenous hunger. 3 crackers each, barely enough to coat the lining of our stomachs, did little to quell the gnawing emptiness. The water, precious and limited, was a constant source of friction. Each sip was a measured transaction, a silent negotiation between survival and the primal urge to gulp it down in one desperate draft. Liam, once our confident leader, was unraveling. The bravado that had previously masked his fear had crumbled, replaced by a simmering irritability that flared at the slightest provocation. His eyes, usually sharp and focused, now held a haunted quality, reflecting the harsh realities of our situation. He spent hours poring over the useless maps, muttering curses under his breath, his frustration growing with each passing moment. His attempts at repairing the vehicle had become less frequent, his energy sapped by the unrelenting heat and the gnawing despair. Elara, our beacon of optimism, began to falter. Her usual cheerfulness, once a source of strength, was now replaced by a strained quietude. The weight of responsibility, the constant rationing, the unrelenting heat, it was all taking its toll. Her meticulously organized supplies were dwindling faster than she could bear to contemplate. Her eyes, once bright and full of life, now held a weariness that went beyond simple exhaustion. A haunted look settled in them, mirroring the growing desperation that hung heavy in the air. My own fear, once a manageable tremor, had blossomed into a consuming dread. The silence of the desert, once a backdrop to our plight, now felt like a suffocating shroud. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking threat, every whisper of wind a menacing presence. My mind, fueled by exhaustion and dehydration, conjured images of mirages and hallucinations, blurring the line between reality and the growing madness of our situation. The initial camaraderie, the shared determination to survive, began to fray under the unrelenting pressure. Small disagreements, once easily resolved, escalated into heated arguments. The rationing of water became a battlefield, each sip a contested victory in our dwindling struggle for survival. Liam's accusations, once whispered doubts, grew into blatant criticisms of Alara's rationing, his frustration manifesting as anger directed at her methodical approach to survival. His words, sharp and barbed, pierced the fragile veil of our unity. Elara, initially patient, began to retaliate, her voice laced with a weariness that betrayed the fear within. The desert itself seemed to conspire against us, amplifying our internal conflicts. The scorching heat warped our perceptions, fueling paranoia and mistrust. The shimmering air created illusions, distorting familiar objects and magnifying our fears. Shadows danced and writhed, playing tricks on our minds, transforming rocks into monstrous figures and the gentle sway of bushes into menacing gestures. One evening, under the blood-red glare of the setting sun, Liam's accusations escalated. He accused Elara of hoarding water, of deliberately withholding precious drops to ensure her own survival. His words, fueled by desperation and exhaustion, were venomous. The argument that followed was brutal, a raw display of the primal fear that was tearing our fragile unity apart. Elara, her voice shaking with exhaustion and anger, retorted, her words equally harsh. The fight ended with a stinging silence, the unspoken tension hanging heavy in the air, thick and suffocating as the desert heat. The bond of friendship, once so strong, had cracked, revealing the underlying cracks of fear and desperation. Sleep offered little respite. Nightmares danced in our exhausted minds, visions of mirages and endless stretches of sand punctuated by the ever-present sensation of thirst. The wind, a constant companion, whispered secrets and anxieties, amplifying our isolation and fueling our growing fears. Every sound, every rustle of sand, every creak of the abandoned SUV was enough to send jolts of fear through our bodies. We became shadows of our former selves. Our bodies, weakened by hunger and dehydration, were gaunt and fragile. Our skin, once healthy and vibrant, was now parched and cracked, a testament to the desert's relentless assault. Our eyes, sunk deep into their sockets, reflected the hollow despair that had consumed us. The landscape, once a source of awe and wonder, had become our enemy. The endless expanse of sand, once a testament to nature's grandeur, was now a suffocating prison, mocking our desperation with its indifferent beauty. Each grain of sand was a tiny, relentless enemy, working its way into our wounds, our eyes, our lungs. The distant mountains, once a beacon of hope, now seemed further away, an unattainable promise and an unforgiving reality. Our journey, initially a symbol of adventure, had become a desperate struggle for survival, each step a torturous battle against the elements and the growing discord within our group. One particularly brutal day, as we staggered under the relentless sun, Liam stumbled and collapsed. The lack of food and water had finally broken him. His despair was palpable, his once fierce spirit extinguished. Elara and I tended to him, our own strength waning, yet somehow finding the resolve to care for him, a small act of mercy in the face of our overwhelming predicament. We knew that if one of us failed, we all would. That night, under a sky ablaze with stars, we huddled together for warmth and solace, the fragile bonds of friendship rekindled in the crucible of shared despair. The silent understanding between us was a testament to the power of human resilience, a fragile hope in the face of certain death. We were exhausted, desperate, and near the breaking point. But the desire to survive, the desire to see another sunrise, kept us together, a tenuous lifeline in the vast and different wilderness of the desert. The fight for survival was far from over, the desert's hunger was relentless. But within our fragile alliance, a spark of hope still flickered, fueled by shared despair and a tenacious desire to escape the desert's relentless grasp. The desert's hunger was a physical presence, a tangible weight, but so too was the force of our will to survive, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humankind in the face of the unimaginable. The sun beat down, a merciless hammer forging the sand into waves of shimmering heat. My throat felt like sandpaper, each swallow a painful rasp. The meager water left was rationed to the absolute minimum, each sip a victory hard-won against the desert's relentless thirst. Liam, his face gaunt and drawn, lay in the shade of the overturned SUV, his breathing shallow and ragged. Elara, her usual resilience frayed at the edges, meticulously claimed a shallow wound on his arm, her movements precise and efficient despite the evident exhaustion. Even the usually cheerful chirping of the desert insects seemed to have lessened, replaced by a stifling silence that pressed down on us, a physical weight of despair. It was then that the hallucinations began. At first, subtle, a fleeting distortion of the landscape, a shimmering ripple in the already distorted air. A rock, momentarily morphing into a crouching figure before snapping back into its inert form. A harmless lizard, magnified in my mind's eye to a monstrous, scaled beast. These fleeting moments of delusion were easily dismissed, attributed to the relentless sun and our dwindling resources. But as the hours stretched into a seemingly endless afternoon, the visions intensified, becoming more vivid, more persistent, weaving themselves inextricably into the fabric of our reality. The desert itself seemed to shift and writhe. The seemingly endless dunes undulated like a monstrous, breathing entity, the sand itself taking on a life of its own. It seemed to crawl towards us, whispering promises of oblivion in the hot wind. Sometimes, the sand would part, revealing glimpses of what I could only describe as monstrous figures, half buried in the dunes, their eyes glinting malevolently in the harsh sunlight. These phantom figures would rise and fall with the mirage-like heat waves, twisting and contorting in ways that defied the laws of nature, leaving me breathless and terrified. They were not entirely distinct, formless entities that suggested death and decay. I would try to explain to Alara or Liam, but the very act of speaking only served to further the hallucinatory torment. Then came the voices. At first, a faint whisper, like the rustling of sand in the wind. But they gradually grew louder, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of my thoughts. There were whispers of doubt, of despair, insidious suggestions that preyed upon our deepest fears. They spoke of failure, of betrayal, of the inevitable end. One voice, particularly haunting, sounded like Liam's, but laced with a venomous cruelty, accusing me of stealing his water, of being the reason for our plight. Another voice, just as chilling, mimicked Alara's gentle tone, but with a mocking undercurrent, suggesting that we were all doomed, that our efforts were futile. These voices attacked not my physical senses, but my mind itself. The very fabric of reality itself began to feel less stable. I wondered which voices were real and which were hallucinatory. This insidious attack on my sanity was the most devastating aspect of the desert's torment. Liam's hallucinations were different. His were fueled by guilt and regret. He saw his past mistakes magnified, transformed into monstrous figures that pursued him relentlessly across the scorching sand. He saw the faces of his family, distorted and grotesque, their eyes filled with disappointment and reproach. He would cry out in his sleep, his screams echoing across the desolate landscape, punctuated by delirious mutterings of remorse. His torment was visible in his trembling hands and hollow eyes, his words, when he spoke, rambling and incoherent, laced with self-recrimination. Alara's visions were the most disturbing. They were images of loss and abandonment, her nightmares populated by phantom figures and shadowy figures from her past. She'd see the faces of friends, loved ones, gone long ago. Their forms would shift and merge, becoming grotesque amalgamations that seemed to mock her hopes of survival. These nightmarish visions haunted her waking hours, and she would spend her days withdrawn, her eyes distant and vacant, her face a mask of quiet sorrow and despair. The hallucinations amplified our already fragile state, magnifying our fears and insecurities until the lines between reality and delusion were completely blurred. It became impossible to separate our physical reality from the horrific landscapes of our tortured minds. The sun, the sand, the oppressive silence, these were real, but they were now also the instruments of our psychological torment. Even the simplest actions, such as reaching for a water skin, became acts of extraordinary bravery, as the visions would attempt to dissuade us from even the most basic acts of survival. One evening, fueled by delirium, Liam convinced himself that Alara was responsible for our dwindling rations. He believed he saw her secretly hiding water, whispering conversations with the ghostly figures of his hallucinations. He lunged at her, his eyes wild, his hands clutching a broken piece of metal. His desperate attempt to secure survival for himself was, to me, a horrific outcome of the desert's cruel game. Alara, as composed as exhaustion would allow, dodged his attack, her face reflecting both fear and profound sorrow. The fight was brief and intense. Liam's strength was waning, as was his ability to separate reality from his hallucinations. He was broken, physically and mentally. Afterward, the silence was even more oppressive. Liam, defeated and exhausted, lay motionless. Elara and I tended to his injuries, a silent pact of shared struggle. The hallucinations persisted, adding another layer of terror to our already desperate situation. The desert's hunger, once merely a physical threat, now manifested as a psychological torment, as our minds, starved of water and sleep, conjured horrific visions that preyed on our deepest insecurities and fears. In the days that followed, we found ourselves engaging with our hallucinations, attempting to reason with the phantom figures, to bargain for our survival. We talked to the ghosts of our pasts, seeking solace and forgiveness, even as the sands of the desert crept closer, consuming us with their relentless heat and insatiable thirst. The boundary between the real and the imagined dissolved into a swirling vortex of fear and despair. The desert itself seemed to be a living entity, a malevolent force that twisted our thoughts and amplified our fears, slowly and methodically driving us to madness. We were adrift in a sea of delusion, our grasp on reality steadily slipping, clinging to each other for sanity, yet increasingly losing our grip on the thin thread of hope. The desert's hunger had claimed more than our physical strength. It had begun to devour our minds, transforming our survival struggle into a battle for our very sanity. The end, we knew, was approaching, but would it be by the sun's relentless heat, or by the insidious grip of the desert's own psychological torment? The line between life and death, sanity and madness, blurred into an unbearable, unending torment. The desert, it seemed, wasn't just hungry for our bodies, it craved our souls. The sun, a malevolent eye in the bleached sky, seemed to mock our suffering. Each grain of sand felt like a tiny, burning ember against our skin, the air itself thick with the suffocating weight of heat. The mirages, once fleeting distortions, now became elaborate, terrifying spectacles. Entire oases shimmered into existence, only to dissolve into nothingness as we approached, leaving us gasping, our throats burning with a thirst that seemed to consume our very being. One such mirage materialized as a lush, green valley, a vibrant jewel in the heart of the desolate landscape. A crystal-clear river snaked through it, its waters sparkling under the scorching sun. Palm trees swayed gently in an invisible breeze, their fronds rustling like whispers of paradise. For a moment, hope flickered within us, a fragile flame against the encroaching darkness. We stumbled towards it, driven by the desperate need for water, our bodies aching, our minds screaming for respite. But as we drew closer, the illusion began to unravel. The vibrant green faded, the river turned to shimmering heat haze, and the palm trees morphed into skeletal shapes, their branches like gnarled fingers reaching out to claw at us. The valley itself collapsed, leaving only the endless expanse of sand, the cruel reality of our situation striking us with renewed force. The fleeting glimpse of paradise had only served to deepen our despair, to amplify the gnawing hunger within us, both physical and psychological. The psychological torment intensified. The whispers, once faint and indistinct, now became distinct voices, each a malevolent entity that preyed upon our deepest fears. They were the voices of our pasts, of our regrets, our failures, our deepest insecurities. Liam's voice, distorted and venomous, taunted him with his past mistakes, accusing him of his shortcomings. Elara's voice, once soft and reassuring, now mocked her hopes, whispered doubts about our survival, and reminded her of the loss she had endured. My own voice, a chorus of self-doubt, criticized my every decision, every faltering step, every moment of weakness. These voices were not merely auditory hallucinations, they were insidious intrusions into our very minds, weaving themselves into our thoughts, distorting our perceptions. They played upon our exhaustion, our hunger, our fear, feeding on our vulnerabilities and driving us closer to the precipice of madness. The desert, it seemed, was not merely a physical threat, it was a sentient entity that fed upon our minds, manipulating our perceptions, blurring the line between reality and hallucination. The hallucinations started to overlap, intertwining into grotesque scenes of nightmare. I would see Liam, his face twisted in agony, pursued by monstrous figures born from his guilt, figures that seemed to emerge from the very sand itself. Elara, her form distorted and ethereal, would be surrounded by the ghosts of loved ones, their voices mocking her attempts at survival. And I, trapped within my own personal hell, saw visions of my friends, of my family, twisting into monstrous shapes. The line between reality and illusion dissolved, the very fabric of our world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of fear and despair. One night, under the malevolent gaze of the moon, a horrific new element emerged. Giant, sand-colored spiders, their bodies the size of small dogs, began to appear in our hallucinations. They had 8 legs, their bodies covered in coarse hairs, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They were not real, I tried to convince myself, a product of our delirious minds. But they were terrifyingly real in the shared visions of the 3 of us. In the nightmare visions, these creatures seemed to crawl from the dunes, their legs moving with uncanny speed, leaving trails of shimmering dust behind. They would approach us, their many eyes fixated on us, their legs scuttling with a frightening rhythm. We were powerless against them. They represented a relentless, unstoppable force, the ultimate manifestation of the desert's malevolent power. The shared hallucinations began to entwine our fates. We would see each other in these dreams, struggling against these monstrous creatures. In one particularly vivid vision, Liam was being devoured by these creatures, his screams echoing in the silence of the desert, his body disappearing into the sand. In another, Elara was consumed by a giant spider, her cries lost to the unforgiving expanse of the desert. Even in my own hallucinations, I saw my own demise, a vision as terrifying as it was inevitable. Our physical struggles were compounded by the psychological torment. The hallucinations became so real that we could feel the spiders crawling over us, could feel their fangs piercing our flesh. We struggled and fought the phantoms, our exhaustion becoming a catalyst for more vivid visions. The lack of sleep, the relentless heat, and the relentless fear all intertwined, resulting in more vivid, more horrific hallucinations. Even the simple act of seeking water became fraught with danger. The mirages would play tricks on our minds, creating illusions of oases only to shatter them, leaving us more dehydrated and despairing. The desert was no longer just a landscape, it was an entity that played upon our hopes and fears, that fed upon our very minds, slowly driving us to madness. One particularly harrowing vision showcased a monstrous sandstorm, born from our combined hallucinations. The sand swirled and danced, forming terrifying shapes, creating an uncanny and hallucinatory landscape of dread. We found ourselves struggling against an impossible force, a tempest of sand and fear that threatened to consume us. Our rational minds, once the anchor of our survival, began to crumble. We questioned our perceptions, our memories. We talked to the spiders, reasoned with the ghosts, begged for mercy from the desert itself. The lines between reality and imagination were so blurred that we no longer knew what was real and what was not. The desert's hunger extended beyond the physical. It was a hunger for our minds, a thirst for our sanity. The hallucinations, born from our despair and amplified by the relentless hostility of our environment, transformed our struggle for survival into a fight for our sanity, a battle against the very fabric of reality. The shared hallucinations became a perverse form of communication, a twisted reflection of our dwindling hope. Liam, usually the stoic one, would scream in his sleep, his cries punctuated by the skittering of unseen legs across the sand. Elara, once vibrant and full of life, became a shadow of her former self, her eyes hollow, her whispers filled with a chilling resignation. And me? I found myself whispering back to the monstrous spiders, bargaining with the phantoms, begging for an end to the torment. One day, Spurred by a particularly vivid hallucination involving the combined forms of the spiders merging into a colossal arachnid, we stumbled upon a crumbling rock formation. It offered meager shade, but it was a refuge, a respite from the burning sun. Within the shadows, a strange sense of calm settled over us, a momentary reprieve from the ceaseless onslaught of our inner demons. The hallucinations didn't completely disappear, but they lessened, becoming fainter, less vivid. It was as though the rock formation itself offered a shield, a barrier against the psychic assault of the desert. But the respite was temporary. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the hallucinations returned with a vengeance. This time, they were more personal, more focused. Liam's visions centered around a lost love, a woman he had wronged, her ghostly form constantly taunting him, weaving through his nightmares, her spectral fingers scratching at his sanity. Elara's hallucinations revolved around her deceased brother, his accusing gaze constantly judging her decisions, his silent disapproval weighing heavily on her already burdened soul. My own visions became a grotesque parody of my past achievements, a cruel mockery of my perceived successes, each accomplishment twisted into a symbol of my failure. The reality of our situation started to fracture. We no longer knew if we were communicating with each other, or with phantoms born from our own subconscious. Were we talking, or were we each wrestling with separate demons, our words only the echoes of our individual struggles? We clung to each other for comfort, a fragile bond against the onslaught of madness, but that very bond was tested to its limits. The desert was stripping us bare, not only of our physical strength, but also of our mental resilience. Liam, once our steadfast leader, began to falter. His attempts at rational thinking became increasingly erratic, his words slurred, his eyes glazed over with a mixture of exhaustion and terror. He spoke of the spiders whispering promises, of the sand singing songs of oblivion. He would stare into the distance, his face contorted in a silent scream, his body racked with unseen terrors. Elara, usually the source of our optimism, succumbed to a chilling despair. Her once bright eyes were dull with hopelessness, her voice a mere breath. She spoke of giving up, of embracing the nothingness that the desert promised. The weight of her brother's death, amplified by the hallucinations, had broken her spirit. And I felt the insidious creep of madness, the slow erosion of my sanity. I began to question my own perceptions, to doubt the reality of what I saw and heard. Was I hallucinating, or was the desert truly alive, a malevolent entity that fed on our minds? Our friendship, once a source of strength, began to unravel. The hallucinations, the exhaustion, the relentless hunger, turned our camaraderie into suspicion and mistrust. We accused each other of imagining things, of being weak, of hindering our survival. We no longer shared our fears. Instead, we guarded our dwindling sanity like precious treasures. The climax came during a particularly brutal sandstorm, a storm so violent that it felt like the desert itself was attacking us. The wind howled like tormented spirits, the sand lashed against our bodies, blinding and suffocating us. In the midst of the storm, our shared hallucinations reached a fever pitch, intertwining and overlapping, creating a terrifying and surreal landscape of nightmare. Giant spiders crawled through the swirling sand, their many eyes gleaming in the darkness, their legs moving with unnatural speed. Ghosts from our past surrounded us, their voices weaving together in a chorus of despair and accusation. We were lost in a maelstrom of fear, a chaotic dance between reality and illusion. In the heart of the storm, amidst the chaos of our shared nightmare, something shifted. Perhaps it was the sheer terror of the situation, or perhaps it was the desperation of our circumstance. But in the midst of the storm, we found a strange sense of unity, a shared acceptance of our impending doom. We huddled together, our bodies pressed close, finding a small measure of comfort in our shared suffering. The hallucinations remained, the monstrous spiders still crawling through the sand, the ghosts still whispering their accusations. But in that moment, facing the full fury of the desert and the combined horrors of our minds, we found a strange peace. We were united, not in hope, but in a shared acceptance of our fate. We had surrendered to the desert's hunger, not our bodies, but our minds had given in to the overwhelming power of the landscape and the darkness within. The storm eventually subsided, leaving us exhausted, battered, and broken. The hallucinations lingered, but their intensity had lessened, their power diminished. We were still trapped, still facing the harsh realities of the desert, but something had changed. The fight was over. The struggle for survival had become a surrender to the inevitable. Whether we would find salvation or succumb to the desert's unforgiving embrace was yet to be determined. The silence that followed the storm was deafening, broken only by the wind whispering secrets through the dunes, secrets of survival, or perhaps secrets of surrender. The question remained, a chilling unanswered query hanging heavy in the air. Had we truly survived, or had we simply surrendered to a different, more insidious kind of death? Story 6, The Deep. The salt stung my eyes, a gritty reminder of my predicament. The storm, a furious beast that had swallowed my small sailboat whole, had passed, leaving behind a desolate expanse of churning gray water stretching to the horizon in every direction. The sky, a bruised purple, offered no comfort, no promise of rescue. Only the endless, indifferent ocean remained. My boat, the Serafina, was gone, reduced to splintered wood and scattered debris that bobbed mockingly on the waves. I clung to a piece of driftwood, its rough surface digging into my hands, my body battered and bruised. The storm had stripped me bare of my belongings, my hope, almost my sanity. The cold seeped into my bones, a chilling reminder of the vast, unforgiving power of the sea. The sun, a pale disk behind the clouds, offered little warmth, its feeble rays doing little to penetrate the damp chill that clung to me like a shroud. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, a constant, insistent ache. Thirst parched my throat, my tongue thick and swollen. My lips were cracked and bleeding, and the salt spray, though life-giving in a way, added to the burning sensation. Every muscle ached, every breath a labored effort. I had been swimming for what felt like an eternity, fighting against the relentless waves that seemed intent on dragging me down into the inky depths. The immensity of the ocean pressed down on me, a crushing weight of water and sky. It was a suffocating loneliness, a silence broken only by the rhythmic crash of waves and the mournful cry of gulls circling far above. The vastness was terrifying, the horizon an endless, mocking invitation to despair. I was utterly alone, a tiny speck of humanity adrift in a boundless, indifferent sea. There was no land in sight, no sign of civilization, only the relentless, rhythmic pulse of the waves, a relentless reminder of my precarious existence. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows on the water's surface. The temperature plummeted, the air growing heavy with the chilling breath of the approaching night. Darkness, a palpable entity, began to creep in from the edges of the world, swallowing the last vestiges of light. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the exhaustion, a chilling companion in the deepening twilight. I tried to remember my survival training, the lessons drilled into me during countless hours spent practicing seamanship. But the knowledge felt distant, unreal, as though it belonged to another life, another person. The rational part of my brain, the part that had once been able to analyze, strategize, and plan, was slowly eroding under the relentless assault of despair and exhaustion. The night brought with it a new terror, the cold. It was not merely a physical discomfort, it was a relentless, insidious enemy that threatened to steal my very essence. The water, already frigid, seeped into my clothes, stealing the last vestiges of warmth from my body. Shivering became involuntary, uncontrollable. My teeth chattered, my limbs growing numb, my senses dulled. Hallucinations began to flicker at the edges of my awareness, fleeting images of warmth, of dry land, of familiar faces. A warm fire crackled in my mind's eye, the scent of wood smoke filling my nostrils. I saw my family, their faces blurred and indistinct, yet their presence a source of fleeting comfort. But the images were as ephemeral as the sea mist, dissolving into the chilling reality of my isolation. The night passed in an agonizing blur of cold, hunger, and fear. Each wave that crashed over me threatened to be my last, each moment a struggle against the implacable force of nature. I fought against the urge to succumb, to give in to the numbing embrace of the ocean's cold. The will to live, a flickering candle against the storm, was all that sustained me. With the dawn came a new wave of despair. The sun, though welcome, only highlighted the hopelessness of my situation. The boundless expanse of the ocean was a constant, chilling reminder of my isolation. My body, weak and ravaged, was barely functioning. My mind, weary and clouded, was on the brink of surrender. But something stirred within me, a stubborn ember of defiance in the ashes of my despair. I was a sailor, a man of the sea, and I would not yield without a fight. I would not let the ocean claim me without a struggle. I would fight for every breath, for every moment, for the faintest sliver of hope that still clung to the tattered edges of my sanity. The days blurred into a monotonous cycle of cold, hunger, and the constant, relentless battle against exhaustion and despair. The sun, a harsh and unforgiving eye in the sky, beat down mercilessly, adding to my suffering. The ocean, a seemingly endless expanse of gray, tested the limits of my endurance. My body screamed in protest at every movement, every attempt to fight against the wave's brutal force. Yet, I persisted. The nights brought with them the chilling embrace of the cold, the darkness that pressed down on me, a suffocating blanket of despair. Hallucinations became more frequent, more vivid, more desperate. I saw faces of loved ones, their images fading and reappearing like mist across a mirror. Yet, through it all, a stubborn ember of hope flickered within my weary heart. A hope as small and fragile as a single flame against a tempestuous gale, but it was there, burning steadily. One morning, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, I saw it. A tiny speck on the horizon. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a mirage born of my exhaustion. But then I focused, squinted my eyes against the blinding glare of the sun, and realized what it was. It was a ship, a vessel of hope, a promise of salvation. A mere speck in the vastness, but a speck of hope nonetheless. Tears streamed down my face as I waved my arms, shouting until my voice was raw, until my lungs burned with the effort. The ship grew larger, closer, becoming a beacon in the endless expanse of the ocean. Relief washed over me, a wave as powerful as the relentless sea that had almost claimed my life. The ship, a symbol of hope, a promise of rescue. It was a testament to the unwavering strength of the human spirit, the stubborn resilience that refused to surrender. My survival was not just a triumph against the forces of nature, but also a victory over despair. The fight was far from over, but the end of my ordeal was finally within reach. The dark, lonely voyage had come to an end, or so it seemed. The voyage of the Serafina may have been lost to the waves, but my voyage into the heart of despair, into the cold, lonely embrace of the sea, had at last reached its shores. The gnawing hunger was a constant companion, a relentless predator that stalked me even in my moments of fleeting rest. My stomach, a hollow cavern, screamed its protest, a symphony of emptiness that echoed the desolation around me. Each wave that crashed over me, each desperate gasp for air, only intensified the ache, the hollow emptiness that threatened to consume me entirely. I remembered the last meager rations I'd had, a few hardtack biscuits, a sliver of dried meat, swallowed days ago, now just a distant memory, a phantom taste on my parched tongue. The salt water, while offering a temporary reprieve from the agonizing thirst, only served to intensify the burning sensation in my throat and the cracking of my lips. My tongue, swollen and thick, felt like sandpaper. Each swallow was a painful reminder of my desperate need for fresh water, a need that seemed as vast and unyielding as the ocean itself. The sun beat down mercilessly, accelerating the dehydration, turning my skin to parchment and my muscles to lead. My body, once a well-oiled machine, was now a creaking, groaning vessel, barely capable of sustaining itself. The sun, a malevolent eye in the sky, watched my suffering with cold indifference. My muscles ached with a deep, persistent pain, each movement a laborious effort, a testament to my depleted strength. My vision swam at times, the horizon blurring and wavering like a heat mirage. The throbbing in my temples was a constant reminder of my exhaustion, my dwindling reserves of energy. Sleep offered no escape. It was a luxury I could not afford, a respite stolen by the incessant chill and the relentless pounding of the waves. The isolation was perhaps the most insidious torment. It was a crushing weight, a suffocating silence broken only by the relentless rhythm of the waves. The endless expanse of water, the vast and different sky, pressed down on me, crushing my spirit, suffocating my hope. I was utterly alone, adrift in a sea of despair, a tiny speck in an immense, unforgiving universe. The solitude was not merely physical, it burrowed into my mind, twisting my thoughts, feeding my fears. The silence, once a peaceful refuge, was now a horrifying void, a stark reminder of my isolation, my utter vulnerability. Paranoia began to creep into my mind. Every ripple in the water seemed to signify a hidden threat. Every shadow cast by the clouds suggested a lurking presence. My imagination, fueled by hunger and exhaustion, conjured grotesque images, monstrous creatures hidden beneath the waves, waiting to drag me down into the abyss. I strained my ears, listening for sounds that were not there, looking for shapes that existed only in the shadows of my mind. The line between reality and delusion began to blur, the world around me twisting into a grotesque mockery of its former self. Days bled into nights, each indistinguishable from the next. The relentless cycle of hunger, thirst, and exhaustion blurred the boundaries of time. I existed in a perpetual twilight, a state of suspended animation, my body and mind slowly deteriorating under the relentless assault of the elements. My thoughts, once clear and focused, were now fragmented and disjointed, flitting between panicked anxieties and desperate reminiscences. Memories of my past life, once comforting, now served as a constant reminder of what I had lost, of the life I might never again experience. The faces of my loved ones, once sources of strength, now haunted my waking hours, their imagined presence intensifying my sense of abandonment, of profound loss. The hunger, however, was the most persistent torment. It was a relentless ache, a hollow void that consumed me from the inside out. It wasn't simply a physical sensation, it became a psychological obsession, twisting my thoughts, driving me to the edge of madness. I found myself fantasizing about food, the taste of fresh bread, the succulent flavor of juicy fruit, the warmth of a hearty stew, memories that amplified my suffering. These fantasies became a cruel torture, a tantalizing reminder of the pleasures I could never again experience, a cruel mockery of my desperate situation. At times, I would succumb to hallucinations, visions of food that shimmered before my eyes, only to vanish as quickly as they appeared. These illusions intensified my desperation, blurring the line between reality and fantasy, fueling my despair. I'd reach out, grasping at empty air, my hands trembling with hunger and exhaustion. The sensory deprivation only exacerbated these hallucinations, enhancing their vividness, making them feel almost real. The sun, a merciless judge in the heavens, beat down with unyielding intensity, exacerbating the thirst and intensifying the physical discomfort. My lips were cracked and bleeding, my tongue swollen and thick. The salt water, while offering a temporary respite from the agonizing thirst, only served to intensify the burning sensation in my throat. Yet, despite the relentless onslaught of hunger, thirst, and exhaustion, despite the gnawing despair and the terrifying hallucinations, a flicker of defiance stubbornly persisted within me. A stubborn ember of hope, refusing to be extinguished by the tempestuous storm of my suffering. It was this ember that kept me clinging to life, that propelled me forward, even when my body cried out in protest, even when my mind threatened to succumb to the crushing weight of despair. It was the will to live, tenacious and unwavering, that kept me fighting, that kept me pushing against the relentless forces that sought to consume me. It was a fight not just for survival, but for the preservation of my very essence, a battle against the crushing weight of isolation, hunger, and the relentless power of the sea. The sea, once a source of wonder and fascination, had become a symbol of my suffering, a constant reminder of my isolation and vulnerability. Its vastness was terrifying, a cold, indifferent expanse that dwarfed my existence, reducing me to a tiny, insignificant speck in its boundless expanse. But even in the face of this immensity, even when hope seemed to have vanished entirely, I clung to the stubborn ember of defiance, refusing to surrender to the crushing weight of despair. The endless horizon, once a symbol of freedom, had become a symbol of my isolation, a cruel reminder of my helpless situation. Days turned into weeks, weeks into an eternity, and still, the vast expanse of water stretched out before me, a desolate expanse that mirrored the desolation within. The hallucinations became more frequent, more vivid, more realistic, weaving a complex tapestry of dreams and nightmares. Faces of loved ones appeared, their expressions shifting from hope to anguish. The visions offered moments of temporary comfort, only to be replaced by the agonizing reality of my isolation. Then, one day, something shifted. A subtle change, almost imperceptible at first. The hallucinations became less frequent, less vivid, the despair less intense. A small, faint spark of hope began to rekindle, growing steadily brighter, pushing back against the darkness. The hunger remained, the thirst persisted, but the mental anguish began to abate. A newfound resolve, a quiet determination, began to take root. I was still alone, still adrift, but the crushing weight of despair was finally starting to lift. The sea still threatened, hunger still gnawed, but something within me had changed. My spirit, battered and bruised but not broken, had begun its long, arduous journey back from the precipice of despair. The fight was far from over, but the long, dark tunnel was beginning to show a glimmer of light at its end. The fight for survival was still far from over, but I was no longer drowning in the ocean of my despair. I was, at last, beginning to swim. The sun, a molten orb sinking towards the horizon, cast long, distorted shadows across the water. The sea, usually a relentless antagonist, seemed to have fallen momentarily silent, the waves reduced to a gentle lapping against the wreckage that served as my precarious raft. The stillness, however, was more terrifying than the storm's fury. It was a deceptive calm, a prelude to something unseen, something lurking beneath the surface. It began subtly. A ripple, larger and more persistent than the others, spread across the water, leaving a shimmering, oily slick in its wake. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of brine and something else, something acrid, almost metallic, like blood mingling with seawater. Then, I saw it, a shape, immense and dark, passing beneath the waves, its passage marked by a disturbingly swift displacement of water. It was too large to be any known creature of the sea. Too swift, too deliberate in its movements. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced the numbness that had settled over me. It was a primal fear, a visceral reaction to something unknowable, something ancient and utterly alien. The ocean, already a source of unending dread, now felt like a malevolent entity, its depths teeming with unseen horrors. The rhythmic crashing of waves, once a comfort in its monotony, now felt like the heartbeat of a monstrous creature. The following days brought more encounters. Strange, phosphorescent trails would appear in the water, weaving intricate patterns that pulsed with a sinister light. They moved with a strange intelligence, avoiding my makeshift raft as if aware of my presence, yet revealing themselves just enough to incite a growing, paralyzing terror. These luminescent displays were accompanied by an unnerving silence, a stillness that was punctuated only by the unsettling creaks and groans of my damaged raft. Then came the sounds. At first, faint and distant, like whispers carried on the wind, they gradually intensified, becoming a cacophony of unsettling noises, guttural growls, high-pitched shrieks, the rasping scrape of something enormous moving through the water. The sounds emanated from beneath the waves, from a darkness so profound it seemed to swallow all light and sound. They were alien, otherworldly, the voices of creatures not of this world, or perhaps, of a world long since forgotten. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. The fear, ever present and inescapable, gnawed at my sanity. The hallucinations, which had begun to recede, returned with a vengeance, amplified by the terrifying reality of my increasingly bizarre encounters. I saw monstrous shapes rising from the depths, their shadowy forms momentarily glimpsed before vanishing back into the black abyss. Their presence was palpable, a chilling pressure that seemed to crush the very air around me. Once, a colossal tentacle, slick and glistening with phosphorescent slime, broke the surface just meters from my raft. Its monstrous size dwarfed even the waves themselves, a chilling testament to the unseen leviathan that lurked beneath. I saw rows of suckers, each the size of my head, clinging to the enormous appendage, their gaping maws hinting at a gruesome, inescapable fate. The stench of the creature was unbearable, a nauseating cocktail of decay, brine, and something else, something ancient and indescribably foul. The tentacle retracted as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the lingering stench and the indelible image seared into my memory. The sun, now a distant memory, was replaced by the oppressive darkness of the night. The phosphorescent trails became more intense, illuminating the water with an unnatural glow, casting dancing shadows that contorted into grotesque, monstrous shapes. The sounds from the depths intensified, becoming a symphony of dread, a chorus of screams and growls echoing from the unfathomable abyss. I felt a presence, a malevolent intelligence watching me, observing my torment from the darkness below. The isolation, once merely physical, now stretched into the metaphysical. I felt utterly alone, not just in the vast expanse of the ocean, but in the universe itself. A tiny, insignificant speck adrift in a cosmos teeming with unimaginable horrors. Hope, which had begun to rekindle, was once again extinguished, replaced by a profound and chilling sense of despair. Days turned into nights, nights into an unending abyss of fear and uncertainty. The raft, a fragile sanctuary, was steadily deteriorating, its timbers groaning under the relentless assault of the waves. My body, weakened by hunger, thirst, and exhaustion, was failing. Yet, the terror of the unseen horrors beneath the surface was more potent than any physical suffering. Then, one morning, as the first rays of the rising sun pierced the darkness, I saw it. A faint shimmer in the distance, a sliver of light on the horizon. Land. Hope, fragile yet undeniable, surged through me. The unseen horrors lurking beneath the waves suddenly seemed less formidable, less terrifying, as the promise of salvation loomed on the horizon. But even as I turned my weary gaze towards the land, towards the possibility of rescue, I knew, with chilling certainty, that the horrors I had witnessed, the things that lurked in the depths, would forever remain etched in the darkest recesses of my memory. The ocean held its secrets close, and I carried those secrets with me, a constant reminder of the terrors that exist beyond our comprehension, the primal fears that lurk beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea. The journey to shore was long and arduous, but with each stroke of my weary arms, I left the terrifying depths and its unseen inhabitants farther behind. The sea, in its terrible silence and whispering sounds, would always hold a piece of me, a terrible, unforgettable fragment of my ordeal. But for now, I was alive, and for that, I felt a thin, fragile thread of gratitude. The sun, a pale ghost behind a shroud of gray clouds, offered little comfort. The endless expanse of the ocean pressed in, a suffocating weight on my chest, mirroring the crushing despair that threatened to consume me. Days bled into nights, marked only by the shifting patterns of the phosphorescent trails, alien constellations tracing macabre dances across the water's surface. The sounds, too, had evolved. They were no longer just distant whispers or guttural growls, but a chorus of screams, a cacophony of unearthly voices, a symphony of dread that resonated within the very marrow of my bones. Sleep offered no respite, only a descent into a nightmarish realm where the boundaries between reality and hallucination dissolved. My dreams, if they could be called that, were a tapestry woven from my deepest fears, amplified and distorted by the horrors I had witnessed. I saw colossal creatures with eyes like burning coals, their tentacles as thick as ship masts, rising from the inky depths, their forms twisting and shifting into grotesque parodies of life. They were not mere sea monsters, they were embodiments of my terror, of my encroaching madness. One hallucination, vivid and terrifyingly real, involved a colossal figure, vaguely humanoid, yet impossibly large, draped in seaweed and barnacles. Its face, if it could be called a face, was a shifting mass of tentacles and phosphorescent flesh. It loomed over my raft, its presence so overwhelming that the very air seemed to crackle with a malevolent energy. I could hear its voice, not in sound but in the very texture of the air, a raspy whisper that spoke of ancient evils and unending torment. It promised oblivion, a release from the unbearable torment of my existence. The image lingered, seeping into my waking moments, blurring the lines between dream and reality. Hunger gnawed at my insides, a constant, gnawing pain that mirrored the psychological torment I endured. Thirst parched my throat, but the seawater was a bitter, unforgiving tormentor. Each sip felt like swallowing shards of glass, each gulp fueling a growing sense of desperation. The physical deprivation enhanced the hallucinations, intensifying their vividness, their terror. The dwindling reserves of water and food weren't just physical necessities, they were threads of connection to sanity, rapidly fraying under the constant strain. The raft, my only refuge, was a decrepit shell, slowly succumbing to the relentless battering of the waves. Its timbers groaned under the strain, mirroring the agonizing cracks in my own sanity. I found myself talking to the raft, apologizing for its condition, blaming it for my plight, even pleading with it for survival. The line between the physical and the psychological had completely eroded, leaving me adrift in a sea of madness, both literally and figuratively. The hallucinations became more frequent, more intense. I saw my own reflection in the water, twisted and contorted into a grotesque mockery of humanity. The face staring back was gaunt, hollow-eyed, marked by the etchings of despair and madness. It was no longer just a reflection, it was a symbol of my impending demise, a grim premonition of the abyss that awaited me. I started to question my own perceptions. Were the sounds I heard real, or were they products of my overwrought imagination? Were the phosphorescent trails the bioluminescent trails of creatures, or the manifestation of my own unraveling mind? The constant barrage of sensory deprivation blurred the lines, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, the real into the surreal. The sun, when it did appear, was a malevolent eye peering down at my misery, mocking my suffering. The nights were even worse, filled with the unsettling sounds of the deep, punctuated by the horrifying visions that haunted my every waking moment. The darkness itself felt malevolent, alive with the whispers of unseen things, things that fed on my despair. One night, during a particularly vivid hallucination, I saw a colossal eye, an abyss of darkness rimmed with phosphorescent light, staring up at me from the depths. It felt as if it was piercing my soul, probing my mind. Its gaze was chilling, invasive, filled with an ancient, malevolent intelligence that felt beyond human comprehension. I shrieked, a sound lost in the vastness of the ocean. The horror of that gaze was an unforgettable experience, a stark reminder of the fragility of my own sanity. In the moments of lucidity, moments that were increasingly fleeting and rare, I found myself longing for the storm, for the raging tempest, for anything to break the agonizing stillness, to offer a distraction from the relentless assault on my sanity. Even the relentless fury of the sea had felt more predictable, more understandable than this silent, insidious horror. The isolation was more than just physical, it was a complete severance from reality. I was alone, not just in the vast expanse of the ocean, but within my own mind, trapped in a labyrinth of terror and despair. The world was shrinking, my perceptions were narrowing, my reality was crumbling around me. The only constant was the escalating horror, feeding on my despair, pushing me further into the abyss of madness. Each passing moment was a step closer to the complete collapse of my sanity. Each hallucination was a nail in the coffin of my sanity. The ocean, once a challenge, had become an implacable enemy, not just of my body but of my mind. The sea was not just water, it was a reflection of my inner turmoil, a mirror to my disintegrating sanity, a reminder of my impending doom. The physical horrors were overshadowed by the psychological torment, a descent into madness that was as terrifying as the monstrous creatures of the deep. And in the end, it was not the sea that would claim me, but the madness within. Then, a flicker. Not a hallucination, I was certain of it this time. A glint of metal, a flash of something, man-made. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence of the ocean. Hope, a fragile butterfly, fluttered in the cage of my despair. Could it be? A ship? A rescue? I strained my eyes, scanning the horizon, my gaze fixed on that fleeting glimpse of hope. The sun, now a benevolent presence, illuminated the ocean's surface, reflecting its light off the waves, causing the water to shimmer and dance. It seemed to mock my desperation, a cruel reminder of the vastness of the sea, the seemingly endless expanse between me and salvation. But then, I saw it. A distant speck, barely visible against the vast expanse of the water, but unmistakably a vessel. A surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins, a sudden, overwhelming rush that nearly knocked me off the dilapidated raft. I had almost given up, resigned myself to a watery grave, to becoming one with the relentless ocean that had tormented me for so long. But now, this beacon of hope, this tiny speck on the horizon, offered a lifeline to sanity, to survival. As the vessel drew closer, its size becoming more apparent, the details emerged. It wasn't a sleek, modern ship, but a weathered fishing trawler, its hull scarred and patched, a testament to years spent battling the unforgiving sea. It looked battered, weary, but somehow comforting. It represented a connection to humanity, a link to the world I had left behind. The hope that had begun to bloom within me threatened to blossom into certainty. My ragged breaths quickened, the pounding of my heart escalated. I found my voice, hoarse and raspy, yet still loud enough to utter a prayer. A prayer that had been silent for far too long. They spotted me then, a tiny speck of humanity adrift on a broken raft, surrounded by the vast, unforgiving expanse of the ocean. A small figure appeared on the deck, raised a hand, confirming what my heart already knew. They had seen me. They were coming. As the trawler approached, the image of the monstrous humanoid from my hallucination faded, replaced by the reassuring silhouette of the vessel. The voices of the deep receded, replaced by the sound of the trawler's engine, a powerful counterpoint to the symphony of dread that had haunted my waking hours. The horrors I'd witnessed, the terrors that had consumed my mind, began to recede, like a tide retreating from a ravaged shore. They hauled me aboard, their faces etched with a mixture of surprise and relief. Their eyes, filled with concern, were devoid of the malevolence I had come to expect from the sea itself. I was enveloped in a wave of warmth, not of the sun but of human kindness, a welcome contrast to the icy chill of the ocean. They offered me water, a sweet drink that revived me, not just physically, but psychologically as well. But even as the warmth of human contact revived me, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. It wasn't quite fear, but a sense of unease, a lingering doubt. Their gazes were intense, almost probing. They questioned my story, their words sharp, their tone suspicious. Their initial relief seemed to have faded, replaced by an almost unsettling curiosity. They asked pointed questions about my journey, focusing intently on the details of my ordeal, seemingly searching for inconsistencies or fabrications. And then there was the silence. The absence of radio chatter, the lack of any other vessels in sight. The vast emptiness of the ocean stretched in every direction, a vast, unforgiving expanse. I'd initially been grateful, relieved, but now, an insidious feeling of foreboding gripped me. It wasn't just the ocean's vastness that filled me with dread, but the silent, almost conspiratorial atmosphere aboard the trawler. As the days turned into nights, the unsettling feelings persisted. The crew's behavior grew increasingly strange. Their conversations, while seemingly normal, felt off. There was a strange undercurrent, a subtle disconnect between their words and their actions. They were polite, courteous, even kind, but there was a veiled distance, a lack of genuine warmth that chilled me to the bone. They spoke about the sea, about the creatures of the deep, in hushed whispers, exchanging knowing glances that sent shivers down my spine. Sleep offered little respite. My dreams were no longer filled with monstrous creatures of the deep, but with fragmented images of the crew, their faces distorted, their eyes gleaming with an uncanny light. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the unsettling feeling of being watched intensifying. One night, I awoke to find myself alone on deck. The trawler was moving silently, the engine inexplicably turned off. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and something else, something acrid, almost metallic. In the distance, I saw it, a faint glow, emanating from the depths of the ocean. It pulsed rhythmically, like a malevolent heartbeat, growing stronger, drawing me towards it with an irresistible force. The crew emerged from the cabin, their faces devoid of emotion, their eyes reflecting the unearthly glow. They approached me, their movements strangely fluid and unnatural. As they closed in, I felt a strange sense of recognition, an unsettling familiarity with their cold, lifeless eyes. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. They weren't rescuers. They were something else. The glow intensified, illuminating the trawler and the water surrounding it. The ocean's surface shimmered with an unnatural luminescence, revealing monstrous forms lurking beneath the waves. The colossal figures from my hallucinations were real, emerging from the deep, not as monstrous sea creatures, but as grotesque partners in this macabre ritual. The crew, those supposed rescuers, fell to their knees, their bodies contorting into unnatural positions, as if paying homage to the entities below. Their cries were not human, but guttural, unearthly sounds, echoing the horrors I'd experienced during my ordeal. They were not human. They were servants of something far older, far more sinister, than anything I had ever imagined. My ultimate fate remained uncertain, suspended in the eerie glow, a stark testament to the true horrors that lie beneath the surface of the ocean, and the chilling realization that sometimes, rescue can be far more terrifying than ruin. The sea, the relentless, unforgiving sea, had revealed its true nature, and in doing so, revealed the horrifying truth about the nature of humanity itself. The ambiguity remained. Was this a rescue gone horribly wrong, or a descent into a far darker, more terrifying abyss? Only the ocean, with its enigmatic depths, held the answer.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are, and who's watching with you?